Alrighty, welcome to episode 130 of Tokwa's Ask Us Anything. As usual, it's been a pretty busy news week. Tesla has announced that some of its US supercharger sites will soon be available for all EVs to use. It has also stated that its US network will more than double within the next 2 years, bringing it approximately in line with its compounding vehicle production growth of about 50% per annum. Prolific white hat Tesla hacker Green the Only has revealed intricate details of Tesla's much anticipated Hardware 4 FSD computer, which came from a Model X. The new hardware can support 12 camera inputs, including a spare port, as well as a high definition Phoenix radar. 3 of the supported cameras seem to be bumper bar mounted, with 1 in front and 2 in the rear. The WA state government has committed $15 million in conditional grants to co-fund the cost of EV charging infrastructure. The first tranche will begin with a $3.75 million allocation to provide funding of 50% of the hardware and installation costs of AC chargers and 75% of the cost of mandatory compliant EVSE software subscription. Disappointingly, Tesla's HPWC is not included in the government's list of approved hardware. In welcome news for eager Model Y performance order holders, many of whom have been waiting 257 days since the 10th of June last year, 85 performance Model Ys are aboard the first of 2 ships on their way to Western Australia. Tesla has estimated deliveries to occur between the 25th of March and the 15th of April. In further Model Y performance news, it appears the cars arriving into Australia now feature Revision F suspension parts, which are supposed to increase the comfort of what was previously considered to be an overly harsh suspension characteristic. Synergy has announced $3 billion of investment in wind farms and battery storage over the next 7 years. This investment will reduce Synergy's emissions by 80% compared to 2021 levels. Generation will be aided by 400 megawatts of new wind turbine installations, whereas battery storage will increase 11-fold, with Synergy to install 2.2 gigawatt hours of batteries with a power output of 1.1 gigawatts by the end of the decade. The WA EV network is progressing well, with the Albany site undergoing concrete works today. This site is anticipated to be operational towards the end of April. And finally, Starlink has launched its worldwide maritime service in Australia. Providing up to 350 megabits per second with a pair of fixed high-performance terminals, the new service can be purchased for a one-time hardware cost of $7,480 and a monthly cost of $7,530. And that was this week's news. Indeed it was, and welcome to the main part of the show. As is customary, if anyone is new, please feel free to unmute yourselves and say hello.
And the silence was deafening.
It's cool. It's cool to lurk, and it's also cool to either ask questions in the chat or in person. But
That's not cheap for the boat, is it? $7.5 grand a month.
I happen to know someone whose first name starts with the letter D and ends in the letter N, who occasionally has a burnt orange Model X. Damon, how do you think, given that you're in the game, how do you think $7,500 compares to what currently is available, given the 350 megabits per second that Starlink's offering?
It's cheap. Compared, very cheap, like a quarter of the price of traditional satellite internet for maritime situations. The good news is, in the next few months, one of the boats I'm working on that is actually getting Starlink Maritime. So once it's up and running, I'll get some stats and do a bit of a review on it. Yeah, so that's good news. Yeah,
that means you'll be able to stream Ask Us Anything in 4K, ultra crisply, and wherever you are, Damon, you'll be able to get it.
Absolutely, yeah.
Fantastic.
Be good to have your input because you use a system at the moment, and compare it with this. I think it'd be fabulous.
Yes. Yeah.
So, and what's the hardware cost difference? It's like, isn't it well over 100K for the proper gimbaled?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, yeah. I don't know the exact price, but it's around that figure. Yeah.
Yeah, so really, Starlink is representing compelling value. And the other thing too is Starlink are also going to offer worldwide roaming for terrestrial dishes, or let's call it dishes that are overland.
Okay.
So that's something that's coming soon. I did see I think there were some emails sent out to various people on a trial basis to trial it. So you would actually be able to take your dish with you to another country and continent for that matter and use it as well in the RV roaming sort of mode.
Antarctica? It's a continent?
Probably it is. They already have actually been testing Starlink at one of the US bases in Antarctica, but it's not on Starlink's official map. I guess Starlink would I guess Antarctica would almost be considered like international waters or something, because even though, Australia claims a rather large slice of it, no one else really takes that very seriously. So I don't know that our communications laws even apply down there.
How far north in Canada do they actually reasonably get good connection? Because that would be the same going south, the latitude, because they're not exactly 90-degree polar orbit Starlink. So you've got the poles that are not covered.
That's true, but I think the coverage is enough, because even though you're close to the pole, you've still got visibility, of those several degrees south or north of the pole, depending on which end you're at. So, if you're in Perth, for example, and you see your fixed Starlink dishes or your normal terminals, when they set up, they first start off as horizontal, and then they will actually bias themselves slightly to the south west or east. I forget which way it goes. Might be the southwest, because that's where the satellites are more dense as they go to the bottom of the sinusoid of their orbit. And at the moment, most of the Starlinks are at 57 degrees inclination, which means at 57 degrees latitude, north and south, that's where they sort of do the bottom of the sinusoid, and that's where they're most dense. So even if you're, for example, at the North Pole, all you have to do is face slightly south, in any direction, and you will get the satellites that are not quite at the polar inclination, but near enough, 85 degrees or whatever it is. So no, Damo, that would work perfectly well. And they've had tests in Antarctica.
Just going back with the terrestrial roaming, so going on extended holiday overseas to rural areas, say through Africa or Southern America or whatever, you can pack your Starlink dish with you, and you have decent internet whenever you plug in.
Exactly, but it might, at the moment on Starlink, this is the coverage map at the moment. So you've got a lot of South America covered, but you haven't got a lot of Africa covered yet. But a lot of these, some say, service date unknown. So it may still be subject to local country regulations. So Starlink hasn't got coverage now, even though technically it would work. It's probably not allowed to give you coverage if you take your dish with you. But I don't know. That could be Starlink will know that as we'd have to suss that out. Whether they're allowed to sort of provide coverage to someone who's not a national of that country, which is possible. But that might just be a small caveat there with taking your dish with you. But if you're going to Europe or a lot of South America, including Mexico. Oh yeah, actually Mexico's included, but some of Central America is not. But that might be just a matter of Starlink getting approvals, regulatory approval. Alrighty, is anyone new that would like to say hello now that you've comfortably unmuted?
Two things there, Harold. One, poor old James has got his hand up. But two, Angela's son's got a question that she's put in there that I think might be worth discussing.
Okay. Apologies, James. I'm going to go to Angela.
I tried, James.
Sorry. Actually, apologies to Angela. Let's do James because James probably had his hand up before Angela had her question. So go,
He
James.
did.
Angela seems to have a question in the chat. We should chat to her.
Okay.
Seriously, that was my question.
Right.
The hand was just
Okay.
to do that.
So I'll
Okay.
try and read this out. I haven't pre-read it. Got a question relating to range anxiety for many vehicle owners who are reluctant to purchase an electric vehicle for this reason. What would you say to those people reluctant to switch to an electric vehicle? Okay. So first thing is, well, apart from just do it, and actually that's the answer. The lead up to the answer is the biggest part of range anxiety is people realize that there currently is a lack of fast DC chargers. Actually, we'll wind back one step before that. The reason why people in petrol and diesel powered vehicles don't feel range anxiety is because they generally know that wherever they drive, after a certain amount of distance, they will come across a petrol station and be able to refuel. Now, a lot of people don't know that in an EV, they realise in an EV that isn't always the case, at least particularly in Western Australia. Now, that is changing with the WA EV network. And in fact, I might use this as an opportunity early in the show just to give a further update to the WA EV network, which will also help alleviate some of this range anxiety. So, as we saw in the news, Albany has had its concrete slabs poured literally today. So that photo was in the progress of them pouring the slabs. And that is due to come online by the end of April. And that's Albany. Incidentally, there's a Tesla supercharger, a 6-stall Tesla supercharger that's going in the same location, but that will be a considerably longer time later. But in any case, we're going to get 2 150 kilowatt fast DC chargers in Albany. Geraldton and Northampton are due to come online early April. Then we've got Lancelin and Jurien Bay due to start earthworks in mid-March. And then we've got Manjimup, Walpole and Williams starting in May. Then, as a follow-up question to last week's episode where someone asked what was the status of Horizon Power's section of the project, I can confirm that they are still on track to deliver the originally announced part of the project by January 2024, and that the Nullarbor sections, which was Baladonia, Kaiguna, Majura Pass and Eucla, will be delivered by May 2024. So that's just an update on the EV network. So effectively by the end of this year, there will virtually be an unbroken string of chargers between Perth and Kununurra, Perth and Esperance, Perth and Kalgoorlie, and a little bit later, Perth and Eucla. So the thing with range anxiety too is, in the past, EVs had really short range. You know, the Nissan Leaf had 120 kilometres of initial range, and that sort of cut down pretty quickly. The shortest range car that Tesla sells today is the standard rear-wheel drive Model Y. Now, if anyone is concerned about range anxiety, just imagine driving that car around Australia in 2 weeks. And that was done at the latter part of last year, where none of these WEV network chargers are in place. So in fact, the first part of the leg, if you go clockwise, which is what Peter Petrosky did, after he charged up at Tokwa's Geraldton fast DC charger, he had to drive approximately 6,500 kilometres to his first fast DC charger in Townsville. Now, at the end of this year, that's going to be so much more civilised, because he'll be able to fast DC charge all the way to Kununurra and only have to go from Kununurra to not even Townsville, because the the Queensland super electric electric superhighway QESH. I'll just bring up PlugShare, and you can actually see if we just do the fast DC charges. Queensland have actually started to fill in. They've got Cloncurry, Hewenden, and Charters Towers. And also, if you're going diagonally, they've also got Longreach and quite a few others. So, instantly, we got one little island, one in Federation Park in Paraburdoo. But so, as far as range, for instance, you don't have to worry about range. The longest distance that Pete and I had to traverse was 400 kilometres without charging, and that was okay to do in Tesla's shortest range, standard range Model Y. All of the other versions of cars that Tesla sells have between slightly more and significantly more range. The other thing too is when you're driving around in town, you don't do what petrol and diesel car owners do, which is you fill your tank up to the top, preferably on cheap Tuesdays, whenever that is, and then try and limp for a whole week or sometimes a whole fortnight until you're nearly empty, and then you refill all the way to the top again. People always ask us, how long does it take to charge an EV? And the correct answer in almost all cases is 10 seconds. When you get home, you get out of your car, you plug your charger in, that takes 5 seconds. You go inside, go to bed, wake up in the morning, takes you 5 seconds to unplug, and you're off on your way. And when you unplug, you're at 100% or 90%, depending on what type of car you are. You're at its full capacity every day if you want to. So you're actually better off in an EV than you are in a petrol car, because you can always leave home full, always full.
It's very similar to plugging in a mobile phone, with the one distinction that the mobile phone will last 1 day before the battery runs out. Even in the shortest range Tesla, the Model Y rear-wheel drive that Harold just mentioned, that will last in the city at least 350, 400 kilometres. So with the average Australian driving about 40 kilometres a day, that should last 10 days before the battery depletes itself. So, charging is really not an issue around town, and it won't be an issue even outside of Perth come January, February, March, April, May next year.
Absolutely. So, for example, I drove to Jurien Bay yesterday, and from Perth to Jurien and back, actually to back to Perth, and then up to Kingsley for Tokwa's what's the place called? Galaxy Drive-ins, which was actually awesome, by the way. That I think we had. Pete, did we get a car count? I think it was about 30 cars roughly in that order.
Almost.
Something like that. And I had no problems. I just charged up at Jurien Bay, topped up at Lancelin, and drove, and then we actually came down to Perth, then on the way to Kingsley, very quickly stopped at the Karrinyup supercharger. And the thing with that is I actually only needed, 20% of battery extra just to sort of get me by. And all I did was I just went up to the shop, I plugged in, went up to the shops, got one of those pretzels at whatever place called Petrol, and in the time it took them to make it and for me to walk back down, I was at 350 kilometres range, and I sort of basically unintentionally overcharged. I didn't really need to have that much, but it's so quick that it once you've got fast DC charging, it's actually more convenient than filling up with petrol, because all you literally do is you plug in and walk away and go and do something, and you don't have to do anything else to the car until you return, and that's it. You don't have to go and pay for it at a shop. Pete?
I can attest to that. We drove from Melbourne to Sydney about 4 or 5 weeks ago, and that was a 870 kilometre drive. And when I was in Melbourne, I just put in Sydney into the navigation menu, and the map just pre-populated. It was just wonderful seeing all the options of superchargers just come trickling down. There would have been about 12, 13, 14 different options. All I really needed was 2. So we charged at Gundagai and then and Wodonga. The other way around. We were there for maybe 20, 25 minutes at one of the charges and less than half an hour at the other. What was quite inconvenient is that the car finished charging before our food even came out for lunch. So, had to go and unplug the car and repark it, but which, took a whole 30 seconds. But yeah, so the time actually spent charging with your hand on the nozzle would have been less than 2 minutes for a 10-hour journey covering almost 900 kilometres. Zero range anxiety. The only anxiety that we had was bladder anxiety after 4 hours in the car.
And the thing is, the supercharging is so fast. If you do anything more than, like, you'll never supercharge or need to supercharge for more than half an hour in any instance. So if you're going to Albany, you'll be able to, you'll be full when you leave home, presumably, because you might as well be. It's the cheapest way to charge your car. You can then go to Williams at the Woolshed and top up. And Williams is often busy, so if you have a coffee or a bite to eat, I can guarantee you that by the time you're finished, your car is more than ready to go. In fact, if you've got it'll probably be charged closer to 100% than anything else. Then eventually, Tesla will have a supercharger at Kojonup, or in fact from Williams you can make it all the way to Albany on one charge. And at Albany we're going to have a supercharger. From Albany you could go to Margaret River, and from Margaret River you can actually make it home, even though and actually bypass Eton altogether. So really there is no compromise when you've got fast DC chargers, just like there is no compromise in a petrol car when you've got petrol stations. But 50, 60 years ago, if you were going north of, say, Port Hedland, well, you had to lug petrol in jerry cans or in a 44-gallon drum if you had a Leyland P76. And it was really inconvenient, or you'd have to go to a depot and hand pump out petrol, and that would take ages. But now people don't have that memory, and it's all very convenient. And EVs are just as convenient when you've got the infrastructure in place, and that infrastructure is about to arrive. It's being built literally as we speak.
Yeah, because I saw a video.
Hang on, Paul. Steve just pipped you by a few milliseconds. Go, Steve, and then Paul.
Yeah. Down to the milliseconds. It is possible to actually drive your Model 3 long range towing a 1.15 ton camper trailer from Margaret River to Safety Bay without a stop. So range anxiety?
Exactly. Go, Paul.
Not sure if that slightly exceeds the towing limit, just quietly there, Steve.
It was
I
only
think
one
Steve-
ton, wasn't it, Steve?
What you meant to say,
Allegedly.
Steve, was what Bjorn Nyland often says. He goes 1 ton plus GST or VAT.
VAT. Yeah.
So
Steve, did you mean to stop in Safety Bay, or was that just a mistake?
Oh, who would want to go further north? I get the sea breeze first, mate.
okay, Paul, you were going to say
All
something.
right, cool. Yeah, I was just going to say, like the whole convenience and stuff. I watched a Bjorn Nyland video of the Plaid Model S, and he did the $1,000 kilometer challenge, $1,000, and he smashed it in winter as well. So
9
you just
hours
sort
and
of go-
10 minutes he did it in.
Yeah, so you're sort of thinking summer, he'll be faster than a petrol car. So you're
Yep.
just going amazing. Yeah, that's all I was going to say.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Alrighty. There's messages coming left, right, and centre.
Yeah,
Now, someone, I think it was Scotty, was mentioning the Tesla API. This is for people, and unfortunately, I must do this one day. I must set up like a soft focus screen capture so that I can share stuff without sharing personal details. But if you use what's called the Tesla.com API, which will give you your VIN details and all your car details, I've deliberately just done it without logging in, so it just comes up with this code error. But if I had done it and I was logged into my Tesla account, it would show a VIN. This is for people who have ordered cars and they're waiting for a VIN allocation, and they don't know what their VIN is, and without the VIN you don't know when you're going to get your car. So I think in the thread in the chat it was something along the lines of the date's updated, but there's no VIN showing on that API. The unfortunate thing is that the API doesn't show hidden VINs. It will show the VIN when it might show it once you've paid or when the delivery has been booked, but it doesn't show it ordinarily at the moment. The best way to see your hidden VIN is go into your Tesla account, go and manage your car, which is managing the order basically, then right click on the web page, on that web page, and select view page source, and you're basically viewing all the HTML code. Now, if you're looking for a Model 3 or a Model Y, the quickest way to actually find it is just search for LRW, and that's the first three letters of the VIN of any car coming from China, which is where all the cars are coming from at the moment. Just look for LRW and it'll pop up probably just on one item straight away. The other alternative is if you just search for inverted commas VIN inverted commas colon, then I think there are about 2 or 3 hits that you get, and I think it's the last one, and that will also show your hidden VIN. Now, once you have your VIN, you can do a Google search for Molace, and I'll just try and get the website. Okay, so this one, I'm going to cheat and I'm going to pick this first VIN here. And what you do is it's just search Molace and look for the search. And I'm going to put this VIN. This is not my VIN. This is just the first VIN that's on the list. And then I'm going to select VIN. And when you go search, it's called a hit, and it's got this data. Now you can look at the itinerary. In fact, let's just do that. And then it will tell you that it is basically aboard a ship, the Mermaid Ace. And then it's going to... Oh, what's going on there? That's a bit weird. T vessel. Oh, I hope it's not another transfer. Anyway, so it's basically saying it's on the Mermaid Ace, and it was then going to catch the Crystal Ace in Singapore. And then eventually it's going to get to Fremantle. I hope that's not right, because that's just new. That's just changed. Anyway, that's what this thing shows. Now, if we just skip backwards, what you can actually do is see how in this corner you've got the booking number. So you can just copy the booking number and paste it into this field, and then select it as a booking number and hit search. And then you get this information, and you notice how it says more. So if you click on more, these are all the VINs that are in this booking number on their way to Fremantle, which is why we know that there are 100 cars coming. And if you look closely at the VINs, you'll see that there are ELX, ELs and FS. FS is, no, so EL is the LFP battery rear wheel drive, Model Ys, and the FS is the performance NCA chemistry Model Y performance cars. And there are 100 in total, 85 of them performance cars and 15 are rear wheel drive. So that's a little bit of the sort of process that a lot of people can actually do. If you've got a VIN, once you see your VIN, you yourself can look up these details, provided that Molace are the shipping company that have your car booked. If they don't, then it won't work, obviously.
Is your car there, Harold?
Yes.
So
My two cars,
Harold,
my car and my wife's car are both on that list.
sleeping out by the walk like Harry Styles groupie, waiting for the
Yep. And I'll be with my drone droning on about when it's going to come. And now it's I don't know if you noticed the look on my face, but when I actually did see the itinerary, I'm now kind of freaking out because it's kind of implying that maybe there might be a delay.
It changed early today, Harold.
Oh no! So we're talking about the 4th of April,
which is going to be another. Before it was 15th of March or whatever, and it was another 10 days after. So probably going middle of April.
Oh no!
To get after
So we've heard it live on Ask Us Anything. That's not great news. Anyway,
well, you never know, Harold. You never know. They could have just been making sure that it's only hardware for cars that are coming in.
No, it's not been delayed. They've already left the port. They're just getting stopping in another port.
Yeah,
I was joking. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So anyway, but that's how you do it. So anyone that's looking, alternatively, look, if there is a lot of value in looking at Vita Prime. I don't actually know how much he charges because I'm on an old plan that cost more, I think, or maybe it didn't. But you can, if you just look at Vita Prime on Twitter, so it's just VEDAPRIME, Vita Prime. He does a very good tracking service. I think there's different tiers. I can't remember the prices. It might be as low as $10 a month up to $20 a month or something like that. And when you subscribe to it on Patreon, you then get access to his Discord server that has a multitude of channels and discussion about deliveries and other things. So shout out to Vita Prime. He does a great job. But if you do know your VIN, and like I said, don't use the API if you've seen that around the Tesla Motors Club forum or whatever. Don't use the API at the moment. Just right click, view page source, search LRW, and you'll find your VIN. Then, like I said, go to Moleace and have a search, and you'll see which ship it's on or if it's on a ship yet. And then you can find out. So suffice to say, I'll be looking for my Model X's VIN regularly and see if that ever comes into Australia one day this century. Alrighty. Any other questions? Nigel, were there any other questions in the chat that I haven't got time to read through?
I've got a question. How was the drive-ins last night? The TRG there. Apparently there was a bit of a fight with some popcorn or something. Oh, that's what I heard.
Yeah, there was actually. I'm surprised there wasn't a noise complaint because we have got a bit of video.
Because Pete Petrosky was playing with people's cars, was he? Doing some
Well, it wasn't quite Pete, but it was someone else people were agitating for a light show. So what we did.
And how was the movie?
Was something that, I don't know.
Movie would have been, was it great?
No,
Tuesday night at the movies, who cares what you see? But what we did see was this.
We're going to count numbers. How many cars?
Well, that's cool.
There you go.
How many cars were there?
I think it was just under 30.
Oh, that's good.
Pete, did you get an accurate
polls? How many poll hits were there?
It was at least 25.
Oh,
25 pole hits. Wow.
Geez, that's up
Insurance
from last time.
company's
Only 2 last time.
At least 25 Teslas and Might have been a couple more as well. So yeah, between 25 and 30.
Oh, that's good.
Good number.
That's very good.
Yes,
There you go.
Harold,
And it was
a
great.
few questions. And James has got a hand up again.
Go, James.
Was it? I had in my calendar for next week.
Yeah, that's a physical excuse, James. We won't go this week. Is
I didn't know. I got my parents to take my Y. I was taking my 3, and my daughter was taking the Leaf. Oh well.
Oh, football.
It was taken in the league.
Yeah, it's close enough. We can make it.
Yeah, right.
Dear
Yeah.
me. Okay, so I'm just. You want to help me, Nigel, with any questions? Have you scanned any
Well,
of the?
Angela's son has said she's got some more questions, and she was going to wait for the chat to slow down. I said she'd probably have to wait till tomorrow morning.
And Angela, feel free to.
Just
The
wanna
quickest
jump on.
the quickest way is just to hop on and just tell it. Ask us the questions
Open your
live.
mouth, Angela, and speak.
Hey, Nigel, ask her if she read the news. Does she still read the news on the weekend? Is that the same? Angela?
I'm thinking.
Angela's son.
Yeah.
She's missing the T in front of son.
It's missing the T.
Oh, okay. All right. Neat.
Don't get
Angela, do speak. Come in, Angela.
Yeah, Angela's unmuted. Just might not be able to hear her, or it might not have a microphone activated.
Oh, well.
We'll keep working on that.
Okay, we'll keep working on it. Once you get it, just like yell out, and we'll hear you if it comes through.
Harold,
Yes,
Gerard here, mate.
Gerard.
I was listening to what
When's
you were
my car
saying
coming?
about trying to find this hidden VIN number. I've
Yes.
just tried it. And I've sent a picture to everybody. I get 471 lines of gobbledygook.
Yes, that's very good. Now, with that
Yep.
471 lines of gobbledygook, you hit Control F on your browser, which is search. Okay.
Yeah.
And then you go LRW and hit enter. And then you should see your VIN.
No,
You might get a few hits. You might get 3 or 4 hits.
no, LRW just does nothing.
Jared, are you in the car, manage car, or are you just on the home dashboard page?
Me?
I'm on a just
Gerard.
a home
No.
computer.
Gerard, log
Yes.
into your Tesla account.
I've done
What
that.
computer? Right, and then do you see your car appear on the web page?
Yes.
You then click on Manage Car or Manage. I think it's Manage Car, right? So it gets more details.
Yeah.
Now, what
yeah,
does it say? Does it say delivery time frame? What does your delivery time frame say?
Yeah. Unfortunately, with it, if I use Chrome, the page doesn't open whatsoever for the.
Then don't use
account.
Chrome, Gerard. Just use
Yeah.
something.
No. Yeah, I've
less-
gone to applied Edge. Now Edge is huge, and the page doesn't shrink down any for me. So I'm in there. I can see stuff. It's
No.
It's frustratingly
Use
crap.
Firefox.
Okay, so
Safari. Netscape Navigator works good for me.
It's just
Netscape.
frustratingly bad. I'm telling you.
Oh, those-
okay, that's all right. We will work something out, Gerard. Just hang on 2 seconds. Let me just try something. Like I said, unfortunately, I don't have
That brings back memories.
a pre-formatted blur or whatever, so just got to be careful of private information. Oh dear.
Hey, Gerard, do you work on the mines?
I do.
Do you work with Richard Chapman?
Well, Richard
Yeah.
used to attend. He never worked.
Hey, Harold, just stop the recording. Just stop the recording, Harold, and just share your screen and show him, or I can do mine.
Oh
if you
yeah,
like.
okay. All right, let's do that. All right, hang on 2 seconds.
Hey, Harold,
Gerald, does that
Okay, so just as a quick repeat, what you do is you go into Manage My Tesla. So your actual specific order is the main page on your web browser. Right click into some white space, not a picture, but some blank space. Click View Page Source, then go Control F or find. LRW is the easiest if it's just a Model Y or a Model 3, and it should hopefully pop up if you've got a VIN allocated. And then, like I said, that's it. So Gerard, it's awesome that you've got one. At least you'll know. Well, actually, what you can do if you like is just Google Moleace, put that VIN in, and you know, see if you've got your car, if your car's on the boat, which is coming in April.
Yeah. What's the spelling for Moleace?
Molace, I think. Moleace.
Yeah, MOLAC. That's correct.
I'll just put it in the chat window for you there if you want.
Yeah, lovely. Thank you.
There you go.
Yeah, you should get it around about Christmas, Jared.
Yeah, sod off.
It's been about Christmas time.
Yeah, bugger off.
Well, we can have Christmas in July, so that's okay.
Yeah.
It's all right, Gerard. Some of us have been waiting for 257 days.
Yeah, I'm only 2 days behind that.
Some of us
Well,
have been waiting for 8 years.
Some of us have been waiting our whole lives, Pete. Our whole lives to get our first car. And others not. First world problems. Alrighty.
Exactly.
Has anyone else got any other questions? Yes, Pete.
That's actually true. I've been waiting my whole life to buy my dream car. And now that it's about to come, it's no longer my dream car. So it's taken so long for me to get it that now it's no longer my dream car. So.
I always say my best car is my next car.
Exactly.
Is there a date on them, Pete, to come?
No, we're just lots of speculation.
It's saying the arrival date in Fremantle is the 3rd of April at the moment. So at the moment, that was like the best case scenario, and then probably allow another 10 days to get it offloaded and into the hands of the delivery specialists for your express delivery.
The good thing is Tesla has got a good capacity to deliver cars, a lot of cars. So I think they can do up to 70, on a good day, they can do up to 70 cars a day if they really pull their finger out. Because if you think about it, it's not that many amongst quite a few delivery people. So the 100 cars that we do know that are coming, at least 100 Model Ys on that ship. I mean, I guess it's possible that there could be Model 3s in that ship, but we just don't know. But there certainly are 100 Model Ys. They could theoretically be processed in a couple of days. So it won't be, I don't think it'll be a long runway to actually deliver the cars once they've got them. It just looks like at the moment, it's a little bit disappointing that it seems that what was going to be the 12th, I think, of March is looking at dribbling into April at this stage. So it looks like, is that right, Russell, that it looks like it's going to catch a third ship? Is that what it's
so Singapore, then Thailand, and then Fremantle.
Yeah, right. That's not fantastic, but it is what it is. So,
but it's the same boat. So when it gets off the Singapore, this gets to so each stop it changes boats. So it could be delayed on the ports as well. So potentially leaving Thailand or leaving Singapore might be delayed again potentially.
Yeah. So things can change. So unfortunately, if you had like a Model 3 that you were going to sell, don't be too upset that it's taking a bit of time, because you might need that time before you get your Model Y performance.
You know how there's a Tesla vessel tracker website that shows all the Tesla boats that go around the world, the carrier map?
Yes, but does it do the Asian ones?
It only shows ones going to like the Eastern States and also Europe and stuff.
Yep. So it looks like, it seems that Moleace is the best free thing you can do at the moment.
Yeah, and there's also the Vessel Finder website as well, which you can type in the ship name and it shows you exactly where the ship is. So I've got that at the moment. It's showing it like moving towards one of the ports in China at the moment to, I guess, offload and unload a few things.
That's right. That was the one after Shanghai. Yeah, that's exactly right. Before it gets to Singapore.
Yeah. Pick up a bit of COVID or something, maybe, just or some balloons, maybe, some ham radios.
Yeah, ham radios, solar panels, balloons.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And we have another question here from Angela's son, the Not Big 7 newsreader. She has put here, where's the chat gone? Let's just grab that. The question we had was she has a question for a person who works as a delivery driver who drives from Perth to Bunbury and at times to the northern suburbs twice a day in their non-electric vehicle, or the driver does 300 to 500 kilometers per day. The driver is saying they don't have to wait 30 minutes while the vehicle charges while they're a non-electric vehicle, they are done within 10 minutes when fueling up. What would you say to convince this driver to buy an electric vehicle?
Cost.
Enough.
Fuel cost.
Mental cost as
Yeah.
well.
So,
you know, when
well,
you're
yeah,
driving
well,
that distance, put it on
hang on,
autopilot. you
but
chill
sorry,
out.
but Alex, was this a delivery van or is this just a car?
It doesn't say.
Doesn't say.
Okay, so Angela, can you please specify?
Or is this one of
Look,
those?
if it's a 1-ton delivery van or
I
anything
think they're
remotely,
delivering the local product to Bunbury. Isn't that a bit of like, Craigslist sort of stuff that goes on down there? Isn't that what happens down in
I
Bunbury?
mean, if it's
Well,
like
then
a
you've got the subfloor that you can actually hide shit
Hide
in.
it under.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
a
she
van.
says it's a van. It's a
oh
van.
well, there is okay. Then in that case, Angela, the answer is simple. There really is no electric van yet, so it's a moot point. It doesn't matter how good it is for an electric vehicle if you can't buy one at the moment. I think the closest thing was the Renault Kangoo.
EQV. You can get the EQV soon, the Mercedes one, but that's ridiculous expensive.
Isn't that the Australian-made one, van or light truck or something? They're being made over in over east somewhere.
Ace, Ute, and so on.
I don't know.
Terrible.
Do a Model Y. Put a Model Y, put the seats down, job done.
But if we get back to one thing this won't be the last Ask Us Anything before the Tesla Investor Day, which is for us will be next Thursday morning, not tomorrow morning. It's highly likely that Tesla will announce they're going to, or that they have designed a transit van of some sort, a commercial van. Of course, we won't get that in Australia for years, but something like that, apart from the fuel cost, which is a lot less, even if you're paying at supercharger rates, which is 66 cents per kilowatt hour, that's still better than half the price of fuel. And that's worst case, because what this courier would do is they would supercharge or fast DC charge during the day when they needed to, or if they needed to, and then replenish most of their charging overnight at home where the power cost is a lot less, vastly less. So the cost factor is one huge thing. And someone mentioned comfort or fatigue or whatever. And the point of that is if you're using autopilot down the freeway, down the forest highway, that is so vastly more relaxing than manually driving the whole time in a van. So the actual fatigue factor is really important. And it doesn't matter who you are. I think you might even have to be obliged to take a break, even if it's an 8-hour day. I don't think you're really supposed to technically be working the whole 8 hours continuously. So you would only need, for say a 600 kilometre day or a 700 kilometre day, in a van, you'd only need perhaps a half-hour supercharge, roughly. And you might as well combine that with having a bite of lunch or something, or having a rest, or doing some paperwork, sorting. Sometimes people in vans have to, every now and then, resort what's in the back of the van for the next few upcoming deliveries. And the ideal time to do that is when you're at a fast DC charger, so that you can make use of that charging time for something useful.
One major inconvenience with vans is when they're out of action, because you've got to take them in for servicing. So companies try and get them serviced, because you can't really get a courtesy van. So companies try and take them in on Saturdays or days when they're not working. Whereas that's not really a factor with a Tesla van.
In fact, Pete, that's an awesome point, because if you're doing 600 kilometres a day, actually, I should have done that by 5 days. So it's 600 by 5. it's basically 25 working days. So that's effectively a month. You'll have to service that vehicle once a month. And that costs several $100s. And like Pete says, takes time out of your day, or it inconveniences you because you have to try and get it done on a Saturday or a Sunday if you can. With an EV, you don't need to have anything like that sort of level of servicing.
You still have
EVs
to run the tyres and check the brake fluid for moisture, etc., and change out the cabin filter, add water to the windscreen wipers, etc. But Tesla can come to you and do all that, so you don't have to take time out of your day to go and get the car serviced. You can just book an appointment, and the Tesla will come out to your work or your house or your home, and do all that for you. At very reasonable prices, I might add.
I don't think it's suitable at the moment for a Tesla because he's carrying steel beams for shelving. So he ain't going to fit those into a Tesla.
Yeah,
So
what's the length?
Yeah, she doesn't say what the length is, and she doesn't have a
No,
mic.
but yeah, that doesn't sound good for any of that.
I think you just got to wait for an electric
You can
van.
get. There is a BYD van. There is a BYD van or something like that. I've seen one. It's not too big, so it depends what the length is and that sort of stuff.
They are bringing out the eDeliver 9, which I think is LDV or GWM.
Yeah.
Which is coming very soon.
Just very quickly on the servicing costs. So I had this is for any of new vehicles, this is no longer necessary to replace the 12-volt accessory battery because, all the new cars have got lithium-ion ones, which will last for the life of the car. But with my older Tesla, it's still got the 12-volt battery. So I had to have that done. And I can't remember how much it was. Tesla did it for less than $300. I'll look it up on my app in a minute. But I just had a quote for my Holden Volt to replace that 12-volt battery. And guess how much Holden wants for it?
Probably 300, knowing those guys.
Up, more? More?
More.
600. More?
And when your firstborn child,
just do it yourself.
Exactly. $649 they wanted to replace a 12-volt battery. Absolutely ridiculous.
Okay, so this is the LDV price guide. Actually, I should have just gone back. This is the what did you call it, Nigel? The
eDeliver 9.
eDeliver 9.
So,
and that's got tons of space.
Yep.
You got the comfort, you got the connectivity.
Does that come with a tracking device, Ross? Sorry,
Yeah,
Aaron?
of course.
Yep,
So
it's
they
got
know
the.
where you are? Oh, good.
Probably. You've got now pricing. If you look at pricing and you view their price guide, it actually looks. No, that's the D90. Where's the Deliver 9 van? There you go. About 50 grand.
That's all right.
Is it going to be cheaper?
Oh no, sorry. I should have gone hang on, let me just. I'll have to just go and find that.
It was there. The eDeliver 9. It's about the 50 grand mark.
Oh, it says get quote. No, it says get quote, but it doesn't
quote.
say. Yeah. Okay, it doesn't say.
Get a quote.
But anyway, it is coming.
Don't you miss the Tesla way?
That would do about 280 kilometers range.
Oh yeah, it's a one way.
Which is not terrible. Now, if you're doing it mostly around town, or if you are doing just the 300 kilometers, you just need a little top up and then you'd be done. And you could top that up in sort of 10 minutes if you wanted to do it really, really quickly. But again, like we've said before, it's not just you got a slight offset with charging, but if you're doing something else useful while you're charging, then it doesn't matter. It's about the fatigue. Especially if it's a Tesla. I don't know if LDV have sort of driver assist functions.
By the way, I stand corrected. I've just checked my invoice on that battery replacement. So Holden wanted $649 for their 12-volt. Tesla Okay, so that was 3 times 117. So times 117. So 351. 351 versus 649,
Yeah.
which
Still
is
expensive.
so yeah, 85%
How
more
come
for the
yours
whole.
was?
What battery replacement's that, Pete?
Just a 12 volt in
12.
the performance because it's still got the lead acid in it. That one. That's a 2019.
was-
Roger.
Okay, so I better get on to James because I see James and then
Oh, yeah,
Christian
sorry.
got hands up patiently. So yeah, go James.
A couple of people in the comments. Andy Social has got a question about setting up multiple drivers and profiles and buying floor mats. Scotty G wants to know about buying from stock. There's not many in Perth. Can you get the ones in stock from over east sent over?
Yeah, we'll
And
do that
Christian's
first.
Yep.
Sorry, so for anyone that sees Tesla inventory, and that's just go tesla.com, pick Australia, then pick inventory. If you see, and in fact, as a process of doing that, it'll ask you what state you're in. And if you say something else like, say, New South Wales, Tesla will not transfer those cars to a different state at all. Now, you know, if you want to try and buy it in a different state using a different address or all that sort of palaver, well, you could sort of knock yourself out and try and do that. But you might be in violation of licensing regulations or I don't know what. But because, you know, otherwise everyone would buy it from the ACT because they have great deals on stamp duty and all that sort of stuff. But the short answer is Tesla do not transfer cars from one state to another for those inventory cars at all. So what was the other one, James?
The second question around that was probably, there's not many in Perth. Every time I get a shipment, there might be 3 or 4. That would probably be about right. They're just undelivered orders, really.
No, you can sometimes get more. I think a few months ago, there was something like half a dozen that popped up almost at the same time. Because sometimes it might be a business deal that falls through or gets delayed or whatever. People will cancel orders. Sometimes what they'll do is they'll actually get an inventory car because they don't want to wait, and then their car will eventually turn up and they kind of don't cancel their order straight away and they sort of cancel at the last minute or whatever, and it gets reallocated. So you could literally walk into the showroom and just say, hey, do you have any cars? And someone like Harry or Joel or whoever will say, well, as a matter of fact, we just got a cancellation. I could, you know, get you this car today. So that does happen. On the other hand, look, we've all waited, many of us, an inordinate amount of time for our Teslas. If you just place the order, you will get it. It'll be frustrating if you have to wait more than, 10 minutes for it because we all want our cars straight away, but it will come. Notwithstanding some people that have got Model 3 orders back to March last year and they got caught up in the COVID shutdown and all that sort of stuff at Shanghai. Some of those people still haven't got their cars yet, but they are coming. So, but if you're lucky, you can get an inventory car. But yeah, don't bother looking at the Eastern States ones. It'll just be frustrating. There's no point. Anything else, James?
Good to see him back. He was asking about setting up multiple drivers in his one car and buying floor mats for it.
Okay, so multiple drivers is
This is a
easy. So
Model
you
Y.
just go into profiles. So you just go into the menu. Let's see if I've got that website running. Okay, so menu locks. Actually, I don't think I've done profiles. Yes, I have. So, except it's got my, anyway, you click on your profile, you know where it says profile, you just click on profile, and then at the bottom it's got driver profile settings. I'll just try and cover that bit up. And sorry about this, just got to cover a little section up. Here we go. Okay. So you click on profile and you go driver profile settings in your menu, and then you can just go and add a new profile. And what you should do is, say you can sometimes, like I've actually got different profiles for myself. So I might want to have one where if I want to have a rest and I have the seat back laying flat, like horizontal, and the seat all the way back, what you do is you open your own profile, you then create a new profile, and it will just keep everything as the current profile. Whatever you've got now, it'll keep it as a new one and just rename it. And then you adjust the controls to whatever you want. So in my case, I just lay the seat back, put the whole seat all the way backwards, and whatever other settings you want to do. And then, that'll be saved in that new profile. And I think it also saves all your safety settings. So if you want your early warning, your forward collision warning to be early, which is what I like personally. So I like to be told off earlier than later. Then all of those settings will come across to the new profile that you've just done. Effectively, you've cloned a current profile. And you can have quite a few of them. I think I've seen at least 8. I think that might actually be, it's either 8 or 16 is the limit of the number of profiles. Bearing in mind too, what I didn't want to show was my email address, my personal email address, but you can also have, if you see here, this is my online profile, which is great because that then follows me no matter which car I use. So it basically has your name and your email address. And if you use that, it means if you go and hire a car or even borrow someone's car and they give you driver rights, which they do via their phone app, and what it is, they just send you a link, a message, and you just click it open while you've got your Tesla app running, you can get control of their car. Or what will happen is your cloud profile will then hop onto their car. And then when you do things like, so all your aircon settings, all your seat settings will be the same as your own car. And then if you go and navigate to multiple destinations or whatever, when you let go of that car, like relinquish control of it, all of that information gets automatically deleted and as your profile disappears off the car. So it's like you were never there and never driving it. So you don't have to bother deleting all your navigation destinations if you wanted to do that for privacy reasons or whatever. So that's how you do it, Andy. Just click on profile, driver profile settings, add new profile, and that's it. And you can rename them and you can delete them. Alrighty. Sorry, Christian, your hand was up. Apologies for the long wait. Once you unmute, you just got to unmute. Or I'll come back.
Oh,
yes,
hello.
got ya.
Sorry. Yep. I just got a quick question around the Starlink. Is it okay to put in Tesla? And how we are going to mounting it?
Very good question. Several of us have.
When I travel around Calgary to Perth to Calgary, it's like blackout.
Yes. No, very good point. Okay.
And then last Monday is actually I'm out of range and I just dead. The car is just dead.
Oh, okay. Oh,
it's my
sorry.
fault anyway.
Harold's the perfect man to answer this.
Okay, so let's do the second part of that thing first. So is the car dead, or is it just ran out of what did you do?
Ran out of battery, yeah. But I managed to pull out to the side and just push it myself. It's bloody heavy.
Right. And did you get it to charge? Did you get to a power point?
Yeah. Luckily, it's not far from there. There is 11 kilowatts charging.
Oh, right. Cool.
Yeah.
So you're very close.
It's just like me, not being patient to wait to be charged in fully capacity.
Yes, well, you've just learned a lesson. If you for saving, if you spent 1 more minute charging, you wouldn't have spent 10 minutes in the heat pushing your car. So
I shouldn't speed too.
Yes, no, you shouldn't. And driving, speeding fines are an optional taxation that you can choose.
I should be in 100 or 90.
Oh yes, sorry, yes, that's exactly right.
Yeah,
I'm just
Harold, to be fair to Christian, he does, if I understand correctly from your chats with Rob, he's been to Kalgoorlie, 20, 30 times you've done this trip, and you do usually put more than you need, but I think you got hit with quite a strong easterly. You usually have a westerly in your back, correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, it suddenly dropped to -6%. It's just quite nervous when I saw it. Wow, it was 3% before, but I don't know. It Meriden and Southern Cross it was heavy rain and it's no reception at all. So I was thinking like, wow, I should put a Starlink just in case if something happened with me, I can make a call or something.
Yep. Okay. So you can. So this is an image. This is like a semi-portable setup. This is in a Model Y. So.
Hang on. How you?
Okay. So this is a rectangular Starlink dish. This is the one you get these days. And what I've done is I just got a bit of foam, some cut foam. Up here you can see a little bit of black bits. That's actually double-sided tape. It's it's sorry, not double-sided tape. It's Velcro. So it's two parts. There's the loop and the hook bit that I stuck to the roof, so that it just stabilizes it. Because with this thing sitting, you can see this is on the passenger seat, and it sort of what it would do is it sort of would push this dish backwards a little bit, because it's not quite in the center. Because this shaft actually moves. It sort of rotates initially. It does it for about, I don't know, maybe a minute. It'll rotate because it thinks it wants to move to a better position. But eventually the dish realizes that the motor's not doing anything useful. So it just puts up an error that says the motor is disabled or stuck. But that got me nearly 200 megabits per second back in September last year when the service wasn't
a full... Are you in motion? Are you moving the car? Driving it, or
absolutely. In fact, you can actually see the blur from moving. This is near Port Hedland.
Hang on, I got a quick question. How do you going to power it up?
Okay, well that's another. All right, so then you probably have you've got the newer Model 3, which has the lithium ion 12-volt battery, which is actually 15 volts. So you need to buy you use a cigarette lighter and you get a small inverter, but you need to get an inverter that is capable of handling 15.5 volts. And one of those is the Victron inverter, which you can get at 4-wheel drive shops, all sorts of different places. I think the 150 watt or 200 watt inverter costs less than $300, and that will work properly. Maybe James, if you got a link, you do a lot of 4-wheel drive stuff, like one of the 4-wheel drive places. It's a Victron inverter. It's the wide voltage range inverter. If you can maybe please put it in the chat. For Christian.
You all realise that Harold's middle name is MacGyver.
Well, the thing is, it works.
I
did that. Yeah, go on, Russell.
Was that so you could send your faxes? Is that why you had that there in the back?
Yes. No, Telex. I've got a Telex emulator, so I wanted to send my Telexes on the line to for my order of Morgan Stanley shares, the original scripts.
I thought you were putting your Amway orders in or something over.
No, I actually go Promar, professional marketing, multi-level. It's really good. I'm at executive director level, not. So, and I did that. That was I call it a temporary installation. Like I did it. It actually worked the whole time. Notice how it's a bit sticky in the back here. Because when I was in Broome, it got too hot. I had the car parked in the sun and it got super duper hot. So the adhesive sort of melted a bit and went soft. But this is like a temporary, this is removable.
And the course of range has changed a lot, Harold, in that photo. If you look at that photo back then, it just shows half of Australia not available.
Oh, yes. So for instance, I took that in near Port Hedland, which was out of the guaranteed area. And I still got, where is it? I still got 105 megabits per second,
Yeah,
which is not
but
too bad.
But how about the monthly cost? If you don't use it, are you still need to pay for that?
Yes, so I think that costs. I got the. You had to get the one that's not fixed. You have to get the roaming version, and I think that costs about $170 a month.
79.
$179 a month. So
Sorry?
Christian, $179 a month. So it's not cheap. Look, I think in your case at the moment, it might be cheaper just to get something like a satellite phone, if you're concerned about communications. And when I say satellite phone, an Iridium, you can buy Iridium phones, and I don't think they're
That's expensive.
horrendously.
I think that's $3,000. I think.
Well, I thought it was less than that. I think you can get them where you can clip it into an iPhone or a smartphone. So you sort of you don't need all the fancy screen and stuff. It just becomes like an interface to a phone. I think they're cheaper.
Okay.
The other thing though,
You
Christian,
can
is
rent. Well,
how much is the rental, Pete, though?
what did I pay? So I rented it when we went around Australia for the 2 weeks. Yeah, I think it was about 200, something like that. Wasn't cheap, but
No. But Christian, the thing too is the Kalgoorlie, the Goldfields Highway, you've got plenty of vehicles going backwards and forwards. So even if you were stranded, you've probably only got a 10-minute wait maximum between vehicles coming in either direction. So it's not like you're going to Laverton or something really remote, or along the Nullarbor even that is more remote. So look, I wouldn't worry too much. I mean, obviously you've had the bad experience with running out of charge. You know,
And also my concern is the flat tire as well.
yes, so if you get a flat tire, I mean, look, you can just buy a spare wheel from Tesla. It's not cheap, but you can buy it, and then you can go to a tire place and get them to put a tire on it, or you can go to modernspare.com, and you'll get a skinny spare for about $1,300 Australian Landed. And that's the whole kit that comes in a bag. It has a jack, it has a wheel brace, the actual skinny spare itself, and it comes in a bag that has a comfortable handle, and it's even got like an adjustable shoulder strap if you want to carry it a bit easier. So
it comes in a package. Yeah?
The whole bag, yes. So I'll just bring that website up. It's just modernspare.com.
So Christian, let me get this straight. You ran out of charge and you got a flat battery at the same time.
No, I just ran out.
Ran out of charge. Just that was the
you ran out of charge. Oh, okay.
So the Modern Spare, that's the kit here. So you got a Tesla. I think you got a Model 3. So if you search for that, there it is. There's the bag there. So it comes in a bag. It's got the wheel brace. It's got a couple of doodads, jack, the whole lot, and the spare itself. And
Hey Christian, are you with Telstra, like with your mobile phone, or another provider?
Yeah, with Telstra. I use both. I have Telstra and Optus.
Telstra's usually pretty good, man. It only drops out sort of between Southern Cross and Coolgardie, like.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't be out of range for that long, really.
No.
Yeah.
I've been driving that road my whole life, so I know every delineator in it pretty much.
But
So
if you go for pricing, no, it looks cheap. That's in US. Don't forget, that's in US dollars, and then you've got to actually work out the.
Is it shipped to Australia for this? Is it Australian company or?
No, it's American. It's in the US.
So wow.
So then if we go to the cart and we go to checkout,
they will deliver it to us.
You've got to put in your shipping details, and I can't do that right now, but basically it ends up becoming, oh no, I actually did just have it, sorry. I think delivers worldwide, here we go. That was $1,300, but it's cheaper to Australia, so it's not $1,800 US. It is less. It's a lot
Wow,
less.
1,800.
No, I think that's just the default. That's just the default address. So it is a lot cheaper than that, but it's about 1,300 Australian dollars. Which,
well, I prefer like I'm buying from Tesla.
Yeah,
Yeah,
another option, Christian, is to buy a second-hand tire from, you can jump on our website. You can jump on, there's a Facebook page, there's a Tesla Parts Facebook page, an Australian one. I bought a couple of spare tires that way. And then you've got to buy the kit and the jack and everything separately, but you can just buy that. It's super cheap or somewhere.
Probably the cheaper alternative, Christian, would be join TOCWA and just tattoo Harold's phone number on your arm. That'd be the cheaper option out of all the options that you're probably running with. Or you use the other, what's that 1-800 number that we've got in the club?
62623131. So that's our hotline, 62623131. Now, for anyone other than Christian, if you go on a road trip, you can actually borrow a spare from the club for free. Except Christian drives to Kalgoorlie very often, so even though it is a road trip, it doesn't qualify as a loan thing because he'd be borrowing it every week. So that's not gonna. We can't do that. But yeah, but Christian, you can, like Pete said, you can get spare tires, like just Tesla ones, because sometimes people look. One thing people may do is they might get a bit of rim rash on the wheel, and they just buy their own new one and want to sell the rim rashed one because it doesn't matter if it's got rim rash; it's only a spare tire.
Yeah. All right. No worries. So, in conclusion, the Starlink is not viable for me, right?
No, it's not worth the money unless you were going to use it for camping trips much further inland or in the bush or something like.
The monthly cost is hard, isn't it? The monthly cost.
The monthly cost is $179, so that's expensive.
Yeah, and then
you can suspend it. You can take it out just 1 month at a time. So if you did a big road trip going up north or over east or something, you could pay for it for a month. They give you a whole month worth of use, and then you stop payment or suspend the service. Then you can keep the dish because you already paid for it. It costs $450. It's on special at the moment, or it's been on special for the last 5 months. You can just keep it and stop paying the monthly payment. But if you're doing regular weekly or fortnightly trips, well, then you never get to turn it off, and you'll be paying $179 a month forever.
I'm going to think because it comes with the free trial for 30 days, I believe.
2 months. Yeah, 2 months free.
2 months.
2 months.
Oh, I thought it 30 days.
But no, Jared, do you get the RV? Do you get the roaming version of that free as well?
Yeah, 2 months.
Is it the RV one?
Yeah, it is the RV one. 2 months you get, and that's it.
So I have to get the RV one if I want to try, isn't it? Not
once you turn it on and register, it starts then the minute you turn it on. So
one more thing, Harold, I'm not sure if you covered it while I was away. So Christian, I think you've got the older Model 3 with the lead acid battery. Is that correct?
Yeah, the Model 3.
He's got a new one. It's only a few months old, Pete.
Oh, okay. So you'll have the lithium ion.
Yeah, and I mentioned that he needs to get the Victron inverter.
Yeah.
Victron. I couldn't find it in website. If you can just like share the screen.
Okay.
And
did you find it, James?
Last thing in the chat.
Last thing on the chat. Oh, awesome. Fantastic.
And that garage up, James, before you go to bed tonight. Want that garage tidy.
It's looking good, mate. I gotta get him around. He just polished his garage.
Now, is that one? That's Renology. Renogi, something. that does the wider voltage range, James?
15 volts DC input.
15.
It has to be 15.5 volts.
Yeah.
From 11 to 16 as an input.
Oh, okay. All right. So I can
Is
show
there
that
an
one.
electrician in the house? An auto electrician? Oh, Ali.
Real Victron.
Yes.
So that one's not Victron. That's another one. I'll
Which one
just
would you recommend?
Victron. I can't find a Victron that states the voltage.
Yeah, that's
it's the standard one, James. I think all the Victrons do it.
but I have to. Is it like a power station for that, or just?
Yeah, here we go. It's the Victron Phoenix. I think it's the Phoenix.
It is the
That one?
Phoenix, Harold.
Links in there.
Phoenix. So this one here, pure sine wave. Well, this one's a 250 watt, although the photo shows a 375 watt,
Okay.
and it's about 100. It's less than $200.
Yeah.
Alex?
And
So
then
that's the spelling Victron.
how do I like? I put in my cigarette lighter.
Yes. So,
Um,
Pete, you
one
can
thing
tell
you'll
the
have to-
story.
one thing you'll have to do is there's a place in Perth that I went to. They were actually really good, and they hooked it up all for me. So they put a cigarette lighter end on it. But what they had to do is, I can't remember. I think it was
Put a fuse. They put a fuse,
Yeah, they
didn't
had
they?
to change out the fuse to a slightly higher one. I can't remember the numbers. I think I wrote it down at the
It's
time.
not gonna void the warranty or anything, right?
Not on the car, no. There's no problem.
All right.
No, there's no problem because it's just drawing the an appropriate amount of energy from the cigarette lighter or the 12 volt supply. So there's no issue with using that at all.
It's gonna reduce my range as well.
No. Oh no. So, for example, and this is in a general case, you don't have to worry about any inverter that you connect to your car, such as for a satellite dish or a fridge or a freezer or even a little kettle to boil water, those travel kettles that run on 12 volts and all that sort of stuff. All of that stuff is a rounding error compared to the 20 kilowatts or 18 kilowatts that you need to drive your car at 100 kilometers an hour. So if you're using 150 watts for something, or you got like one of those Waco fridges, it's a rounding error compared to normal driving.
Yeah. Driving is the one that taking a lot of power.
That's the killer. So if you need to get more range, you just got to slow down. So
yeah,
rather than doing 110, if you just do 100, you'll get 14% more. For every 10% you go slower, you get 14% more range for every single 10%.
You can get a ODB2 connector with an app on your phone, and you can see the live status of how much power you're drawing when you're driving, if you want to consciously look at it.
Yeah, that's right, Russell. So you can do that. I don't know if Christian would sort of want to go into those sort of weeds, but yeah, you certainly can. And you can also monitor your battery a little bit better. But look, I think, Christian, you might just have been a bit unlucky that that just happened. But in hindsight, if you charged up a little bit longer, now the other thing too is Meriden and Southern Cross are going to be built by the, with the electric highway, the WA EV network. And then your problems will be all over, because you can you can charge up in just a few minutes. Like you could just sit in Southern Cross for 20 minutes and get more than enough to make it. And when you come back the other way, you could just park at Meriden for 20 minutes and easily make it to Perth.
Yeah.
So it'll be so much quicker. You just won't even know what's happened.
Speaking of Meriden, at the moment, charger there is not stable. Sometimes just drop the phases too still. So yeah.
Yeah, that's not good.
Why I'm become impatient to wait, because sometimes it's drop from 11 to 9 to 7 to 8, and outside it's really hot. Couldn't wait to go.
Oh, actually,
So,
one thing, Christian,
Harold,
is what you
to be
should do is put a towel over or something to cover the handle, because if the handle of the charger is in the sun, there is a temperature sensor in the handle, and if the sun beats on it and it gets really hot, that might cause it to reduce the power because it thinks it's overheating. So a little tip, bring like a small towel just to give it shade.
Of the charger or?
Of the plug that goes
nozzle.
into your car, the nozzle that goes into your car.
So
Just where it plugs in. The part that's got the little button on the top,
Yeah,
The nozzle.
just that, the connector. So you just put a bit of towel on the end of the connector that plugs into your car, because in the head of that connector there is a temperature sensor, and the idea of that is if there's a loose connection, normally you get a hot spot, and the car wants to know if there's a potential fault. So if it's a really hot day and the sun is on, and don't forget the connector's black, that plug is kind of black with a little bit of grey Lexan for where the button is, just put like a tea towel or something like that over it. And a light coloured one, not a dark coloured one, just to keep it a little bit cooler, and that might make the difference on a really hot sunny day.
Yeah. All right.
But Harold, to be fair to Christian, and Christian, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not like Christian didn't know what he was doing, or
No, he just had bad luck. He just
because if my understanding is correct, you slow down to as much as you needed to get there comfortably, and you had more than enough to get there, but then you just sort of punched it once you saw the Kalgoorlie sign, and you were just unlucky by 5 meters or something. Is that correct?
Yeah, once I saw the Calgary sign, I just bumped it again from 60 to 80 and it's just dead.
Oh, that's the other thing too, is when you are really, really low. Okay, so this is only a pro tip. If you're in real trouble and you're really, really are low and it says -2 or -4 or whatever it says, the one thing you cannot do, and you should never do, is accelerate hard, because there is a protection mechanism in the battery pack that if the battery cell voltage goes below a certain amount, the car shuts down instantly, because it's to preserve the batteries. So if you blip the accelerator down and accelerate hard, or even less than just a little bit, the voltage falls in the battery pack, and once it hits a certain number, doesn't matter if there's charge in the battery, it just kills the system almost instantly. So
that's probably what would have happened, Christian, to you, I reckon.
So you've really got to just not, and even if it's a slight hill, don't push your foot down. If you have to slow down a little bit, just let it slow down. But I'm talking about the ragged edge of, this is desperation. You want to get as far as you can, but never blip the throttle, because if you do, it just cuts out dead. But look, hopefully this will be the first and last time ever that this happens to you. And probably within the next 6 months, there will hopefully be charges at Merredin and Southern Cross and Kalgoorlie, and your problems will be over forever.
Hopefully. I'm just hoping.
Well, look, it's the project will be finished by no later than January next year. That is less than 12 months.
I can't see any site being grounded or nothing.
Doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter. So it actually doesn't take a long time to build the site once they get going. It takes. They could have a site from seeing nothing happen to finished in 4 weeks if things go well, because what they need to do is place a transformer. That's up to Western Power to do that. They place the transformer and the cabinet for the transformer, and then the electricians come in, run the conduits from the transformer or the switchboard to where the chargers go. They've got to concrete up the conduits to make a pad. They then put the ChemPower unit and the AC unit next to it and the payment device near it. That you can easily do that in 4 weeks. So you may see a site that shows nothing, and 4 weeks later it could be running, or it might
many-
take 2 months.
How many charger is gonna be in Meriden? Like 1, 2?
In Meriden, there's going to be, I think there's going to be a 150 kilowatt.
No, I mean like how many car can?
Yes, so dual outlet DC charger, so you can charge 2 EVs at the same time at 75 kilowatts each, which is which is quite fast, and there'll be a backup DC AC charger next to it.
Yeah, no,
And
no, the crappy one.
Yeah, but that's just in case. That's just in case the main DC unit breaks or fails or is vandalized or something. So it's an emergency backup.
Or if both are being used when you get there, while you're waiting, at least you can trickle charge on the AC while you're waiting, so you're not wasting time.
Yeah, just hopefully it comes with the one that in the Karinyap one, the one that if you already finish your charge, you have to go, because I'm afraid some of the people just like charging it and they wander around in Meriden and then be waiting.
Idle.
No, we already know that. That's been announced that Synergy do intend to have idle fees most likely implemented. There'll most likely be idle fees implemented at some stage eventually.
For people wants to get charged, and these guys is just wandering around and we keep waiting.
Yes, that's right. And unfortunately, the only way to stop bad behavior is if it costs them money. It's the same reason as you can ask people not to speed on the roads. And if there were speed signs and there were flashing lights that said, please don't speed, then there will still be a lot of people that speed. The reason why less people speed is because if you get caught, there's a fine. So if you have an idle fee like Tesla does, so it's highly likely that Synergy will have an idle fee eventually, so that then if you stay too long and your car has stopped charging, you might have a grace period to get back to your car, and if you don't, it'll cost you an amount of money per minute, whatever it is.
I think Sandra said last week that the brief said within 2 years they had to implement it. That was the condition.
Yeah. So there will be idle fees, and that's great because it stops humans being selfish.
Yeah, I know.
But then the pro tip for you, Christian, is you leave Kalgoorlie, even though you might be able to make it to Meriden, you might as well top up at Southern Cross.
No,
because
I never. I always top up at Southern Cross nowadays. Yeah.
Yes.
Meriden
so then,
is like,
but you can just top up at Southern Cross, and it would take you 15 minutes to basically get back all of the energy you took to get to Southern Cross. And then you can go to Meriden, top up at Meriden, and then smash it to Perth. But then, by the way, they're also going to have Northam between Meriden and Perth. So that's another place you could also charge up. So if you charged up at Southern Cross, you'd probably be able to make it to Northam. So because if say Meriden is busy, you could say, well, I'll skip Meriden and go to Northam instead.
Well, my experience, if I get 100% from Southern Cross, I can easily go to Perth, but just to get home, you can't go anywhere else because you end up only 3%.
Yes. Yep.
So from Calgary to Perth, it's way easier for me, but from Perth to Calgary is harder.
Yes.
Christian, the moral of the story is, when you're on a charger and the car's charging and it's charging at a good rate, it makes sense just to wait an extra 5 or 10 minutes to make sure that you get to your destination with plenty in the tank. When we got into Sydney on that Melbourne to Sydney trip, I think I had about 180, 170K, of still up my sleeve. So even if we got caught in the rain or whatever, and that's with, plenty of other superchargers that we could have charged at on the way as well. So, but yeah.
Have a little bit of spare. Just have a bit spare, just so that you don't have to worry about it. And if something bad happens, like it's a rain shower, don't forget when it rains, you actually do use a lot more energy.
Oh,
not so
really?
much because, yeah, very much so. Because if you think about it, what your tyres do with the tread is they literally pump the water off the road. They squeeze it and channel it on the little channels, and they pump water. So if you think about it, even though it's not a lot of water, you're pushing water, so you're pumping it, and that takes a lot of energy. So
And
you're
use
literally
windscreen wipers.
That's really good to know. I'd never considered that before. It's handy.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So you're literally you're pumping water. So you're literally pumping water and throwing water, and that water has weight, and that means you're actually losing energy, and you lose more than you think. So
Suddenly it's -6.
It's a massive effect. So on that drive around Australia, I was averaging 156 watt hours in the Model Y. And then just from Meriden to Perth, just that last stage, I got hit by rain and wind. And at one stage, I can't remember, but I was almost at like 300 watt hours per kilometre. I think I ended up using about 220 on that drive, over that whole drive. But yeah, there was a stage when the wind was pretty strong, and and the rain was just bucketing down, and so I was using almost twice as much energy. So my range basically halved. I mean, it's no different in a petrol car as well. The same thing will happen in a petrol car. It's just physics. It's just that with the petrol car, you'll see the gauge coming down, so you'll pull over to the petrol station, to the nearest petrol station. And we'll do that with EVs as well once we've got enough chargers around. And if this was in the eastern states, it wouldn't be an issue. It's just that we've got to wait a while in WA.
Yeah.
Can I change the subject, or
yeah, go Russell.
can I ask Damo how you went last week? You there, Damo?
Yeah, Russ.
How'd you go last week, mate?
What? Where?
Didn't you go to Kwinana?
Oh yeah, I don't want to talk about it.
All right, cool. Well, it was a good conversation. Sorry, trying to liven the mood a bit.
No, good, Russ. I'll tell you later.
Yeah.
May I?
No problems with the car or nothing. Just something else.
All right. Okay. Let's just leave that. Someone else just said something like, it was at Sexy RU. Was that who?
I'm not sure what the protocol is in terms of initiating a question, but I made a post about acrylic number plates, but unfortunately my wording was quite amusing to everyone, and when I reread it, I could see why everyone was amused by my post, and I do apologise. The question, however, it still remains kind of unanswered, I think. I've got custom slimline acrylic plates, and I need to know how I can mount them on the Model Y vehicle. Do I need adapter plates? Where do I get them from? Do they come pre-drilled with screws? All that sort of stuff.
All you need is just take out your current plates and use the same screws, and the holes should align, and just screw it back in with a screwdriver. As easy as that.
Yeah, that's what I did when I got my plates. That comes with holes in the right spots. Just take the screws out with the old plates, put in the new screws. Those screws through the new plate.
Plates have got the same screw holes.
I don't have any current plates. It's a brand new vehicle with custom plates. So I presume that the holes would have been pre-drilled by transport or pre-prepared by transport to suit.
No, the bracket is the bracket that the Teslas come. So you're getting a Model Y?
Correct.
Yep, but you've not got it yet.
Correct.
So you're going to take your custom plates off your current car and put them on your Y?
No, I have ordered them specifically.
Oh, cool. Okay, yeah, cool. Okay, no worries. Yeah, so when you get your Y, it'll have standard plates on it, because Tesla do not fit your custom plates. They don't do that service. You will just get standard WA plates. You then drive to Department of Transport, whichever depot it is that has your custom plates. You just get a screwdriver, take your Tesla plates, if you want to call it that, off, go to the counter, get your custom plates, same screwdriver, same screws, fit your slimline plates straight to your car. The holes, like everyone said, the holes line up and it fits.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, everyone.
And by the way, the protocol is a little bit like you discovered. You just pipe up and say, hey, I've got a question, and just go straight ahead because we're super casual here. And in fact, is there anyone right now that has a question they want to ask that hasn't asked one yet?
I wanted to ask Russell how's
Paul, you'd already asked a question. So the question was, anyone out there?
A new question. I was just going to ask him if I could talk to him offline about his super fund stuff, because I was thinking about doing the same thing. Mine.
But Paul, you're too late, mate. The Tesla price has already popped up 100, nearly 100%.
It's never
too
late.
Holding it. It's never too late.
It's just dropped again, Harold.
Yeah, it's
below
198.
200.
Oh, very
That's
good.
all right.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm happy to hold off the record non-financial advice if you ever need it.
Yeah, that would be cool, because I was looking into it and I was like, you know what, you've already forged the way. I might as well just ask someone all the questions.
Well, Russell, for the sake of people, rather than giving someone a fish, it's much better to give them a fishing rod, whatever. Did you do a lot of research yourself to work this out, or did you ask someone, or did you just Google it, or did you ask GPT or something? How did you go about that process of doing a self-managed super fund, or working out what you had to do?
Yeah, so there's a couple of, so this is not financial advice, obviously, and I'm not to do what I'm doing, but
definitely not.
There's two different types you can do if you're looking to invest in stock market stuff. It's different if you're doing property and things, but if you're just looking to do like shares, you can either go and create a self-managed super fund as an individual, so that'll just be you, and you'd essentially be your own fund, or you can create it as a corporate trustee, and a corporate trustee lets you have like multiple members of your super fund, so like your missus or your kids or whatever. So you sort of just got to pick what you want to do. And then once you've decided on that, you then go through the process of setting it up. And there's a number of different places you can go to online to, I guess, get the ball rolling, or you can do it yourself. But for the amount of money it costs, it's easy just to go to like a company that already has the paperwork formatted, and you essentially just like insert name here situation, and everything's sort of done. Once you've picked the company you want to go with and you've got all that sorted, Chris, you can have 6 members, that's correct, and then, well, do you want to take over then, Chris, or am I saying stuff wrong, or no? Okay, cool, I'll keep going.
I just went to my accountant and said, set it up for me.
Yeah. So what you're going to understand is when you set up your own super fund, you are directly responsible for the whole fund. So you do need to understand the process, and there's learning material you can find online for free. And I think what's meant to happen is ASIC is actually meant to call you and essentially give you a bit of like a common sense sort of questionnaire thing to make and validate that you're of stable mind and you're not in some sort of pyramid scheme trying to give all your money away. In my situation, that didn't occur. Mine just sort of got authorized. Once you've got your fund done, you'll get an ABN and a tax file number. You also get an ACN if it's a corporate. You need to do an audit as well. Yeah. Once you do, if you're a corporate trustee, you get an ACN as well. Once you do get all that stuff through, you can then call up essentially whatever bank you want. So just say you're going to go CommSec or whatever. You go to Commonwealth Bank, organise an appointment for them, and they'll sit down and go through your paperwork and lodge the application. Lodge the paperwork into their system, and then they will then validate that everything's good on their end. And then once you do get that validated, they will then give you approval to then generate your own share managing account. So you just go into CommSec, generate your account. So if you start with an Australian account, they'll generate like an Australian bank account to go with it. If you want an American account as well. Yeah, but you have to do a separate one. Like you can still go through the same profile, but you have to do a separate account. Yeah, because it's got to be set up as a super fund. Yeah, not as an individual. Yeah, and then when you then go, if you want to do international shares, you then got to lodge an application for international account. through the international portion of ComSec, which requires you to then fill out some additional paperwork about, you know, taxation and all that sort of stuff. Once all that's sort of done, you then need to roll over your current superannuation to your new super fund. And generally what they have there is there's like a fee they charge you for the company of like, I think it's like $50 or something, to essentially give you like an ID that they use for super funds to like say, I'm an authorized account, and they need that for like, you know, money transfers and things for different accounts. And also if you're getting paid directly from your salary into your account. So if you're doing like, rather than transferring money, if you're just doing paying super into it, you need the money as that code as well. And also if you're adding additional funds in as well. So you can ask them to add additional funds out of your pay, because I think, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong here, Chris, I think it's retrospectively dated for 3 years and it's about 25 grand. I think it changed over the last 3 years. I think it went from like 22.5 to 25 or something. And you can pull all that money out retrospectively and throw it all into super right now, as long as it comes out of your pay. Yeah, concessional 27.50. There you go. Yep, that's right. Yep.
Yeah.
Then you essentially each time you get paid, the money goes in, and then it gets paid in Australian dollars. You then convert it to US dollars if you want to trade US money, and you just sit it in there. And then once you want to buy shares, you just buy shares, and you keep a record of it all. Yeah, so 100K for non-concessional or 300K over 3 years. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And then you do your yearly tax stuff with it. There's audits and things involved as well. But just make sure as well that when you are doing it, you do the training, because there's a lot more complicated bits in there that I've just spoken about that you might get sort of caught up on. It's relatively simple, but it's also, you can make it a simple mistake that makes everything go bad, as I sort of like was finding out along the way. Yeah, and then you pretty much have all your destiny in your own hands. So what do you want to invest in? Yeah, you can just yeah, go for it. Yeah.
Two things. Don't forget to take into account the extra fees that you're going to have to pay, because now you got to do a tax return for a separate entity.
Yeah, it's like $1,000 a year or something, $1,200 a year.
Yeah,
so
so
to do an audit as well.
Yeah.
And how much is an
gotta
audit
get it audited.
normally?
Yeah.
You should. So the company that I went through, they had this deal where essentially I set up the whole thing for free. All I had to pay for, because I was a corporate trustee, was just the application for a business. Once that was done, all that was set up was 100% free, apart from the $50 sort of like fund-to-fund transfer thing, which is like a yearly fee you got to pay each year. But then on top of that, the fee, they also have, like, if you go back to them, the way they make their money is if they do the audits and they do the taxation stuff for you, they then pay them that fee to do the work for you. That's how they sort of get the money off you, I guess. And when I spoke to my accountant, I asked him about the cost. He goes, actually, like, it's pretty reasonable. It's probably less than what we'd charge anyway. So it wasn't like it was an unreasonable amount of money they were charging to do the work.
Yeah, something you got to also remember is it's deadly serious as far as getting the process correct, because if you mess it up, you're in big doo-doo. And because we're talking about significant tax breaks specifically for super, and if you get any part of the process non-complying, you're in a big pile of trouble. And don't even think for a minute that you can just go, oh, I'll just go and borrow some money off the super fund because I'm a bit tight this week or something like that, because that is an absolute no-no. And you can't even also lend the super fund. I'm pretty sure you can't lend the super fund money to pile into Tesla shares if that's what you wanted to do, and then get that back or something. It's just, you just can't do any of that stuff.
The money, for people who don't quite understand the benefit of it, if you want to buy shares, you buy shares, so you get paid, and depending on how much you get paid, you pay a different amount of tax. Let's just say, for argument's sake, you pay 30 cents average. You've already paid 30% tax on that money, and you're essentially buying shares with money with 30% tax on it. From that point alone, like, you're already sort of there. If you was to take the money out of pay with the money from your super account, you only have to pay 15% tax instead. So it's half the amount of tax you need to pay on the same amount of money. So you effectively get either more shares for your month for the same amount of actual income that you generated. And what it's not good for, if you're a trader, not an investor. So if you want to like get your money out and keep it, it doesn't really work. Like you sort of got to have you can still trade shares, but you can't touch the money until you're old. Like it's not like you can take the money out and like liquidate it. It's like it's still a superannuation fund. So you just can't be pulling money out and buying a new car. It doesn't
Harold,
work like that.
I think we need to play one of the famous.
Yes, we do. So I'm gonna do the retro. I'm gonna do the retro one, which goes a little bit like this.
The previous comments were general in nature and shouldn't be taken as personal professional advice. Listeners should seek their own independent assessment from a qualified advisor and not rely on the general nature of information in this program.
Because obviously one of the things is, Russell has made no secret of his intention to go all in on Tesla, and
I'm the same.
Every financial advisor, by definition,
not everything,
will recommend that you have a diversified investment, whether it's super or anything else. Again, a few of us can argue that Tesla is a diversified company, but Elon Musk has said several times that Tesla's almost gone broke several times. And whether it does almost go broke several more times is increasingly unlikely. But having said that, the main principle is, unfortunately, at the moment, I don't think there are any super funds in Australia, managed super funds in Australia, where you can ask them to buy, for example, foreign shares like Tesla shares. I believe there are some funds that you can buy certain Australian shares in a mix that you kind of semi-self-manage. They sort of like manage it on your behalf, and you can give them some directions. But if you want to absolutely militantly choose which shares to buy, then the alternative, if you want to do that as a strategy for your long-term financial future, is to do that.
If you do,
because like
long term,
I'd talk to. Okay.
So hang on, Paul. Go, Pete, then Paul, then Russell.
So the key word that Harold said there was long term. So the whole idea of your funds in the super fund is that they're supposed to be there for your retirement. So trading shares in a super account, I think 99.99% of people would say that's a bit crazy and just completely wrong. By the way, 90% of people that trade shares lose money as well. So it's a good way to extinguish your whole super fund if you want to start trading shares in it. Look, you might be one of the very lucky 10%, and I actually think the figure is a lot lower than 10% of people that actually make money trading. Look, it's completely up to you. But just be extremely, extremely careful when you're managing your own super.
Before Paul jumps in, so hang on 2 seconds, Paul. Before Paul jumps in, I'll just underline, I have managed to lose an eye-watering amount of money playing on the share market. Personally, I personally can back up what Pete has said. I'm talking an eye-watering amount of money that, takes like half a lifetime to accumulate. And I did that very, very easily with my own thesis that I thought something was going to go to the moon when it didn't. And I used leverage, which was even worse, and warrants. And if you want to burn cash really quickly, get yourself some warrants, kids. Because then you'll learn how to. Then you'll learn. Sorry?
Did you buy Betamax shares? Is that what you
No, Linus. I bought Linus. And I had Linus. This was Linus in 2009 when they were $2, an all-time high.
Jeez.
And they went to in that money, because Linus has done a 10-to-1 combination, not a split. They've combined. So when you look at Linus's share price, which is around about $8, that in the old money is 80 cents, but they went down to the equivalent of about 5 cents. And because I had warrants, I got stopped out. And when I say stopped out, that means you lose a lot. And it was an eye-watering amount of.
You get liquidated. Yeah.
It was an eye-watering amount of money. Let's just say I know in one day, and this was not all the money. In one day, I dropped 200K, and I thought, wow, that's pretty intense.
Yeah.
It just stops like that. It just happens. So don't play with shares, kids. If you want long-term financial viability, I can underscore what Pete just said. Go,
Yeah.
Paul, and then Russell.
Okay. So I'll explain it all. So I've done shares for a while and that sort of stuff. So I've made a bit of the cash, and Carnegie's losing me cash, but that's all right. That's dead money to me. So it's not, I'm not going to liquidate my whole super fund. It's just 200K I'm taking out to actually do on the Tesla shares, because I've talked to Aware Super and they will not buy the shares that I want them to. And I was just saying, this is what I want you to do, and they won't do it. And I said, well, if you won't do it, I'll do it myself. And I have properties and other stuff. I'm not, I'm not on my bare ass. So, and I have a whole portfolio of Tesla shares as well. So I'm not doing the 1,000. I'm waiting for the 1,500 to be retired. Yeah. So that's all. I just wanted the info to actually do that. So I'm not going to be.
Process. One quick question. Sorry, quick question that Paul just brought up. So Paul, you want to do a split? You want to have part of your super in a normal super fund, and then another part of it as a self-managed. So this might be a question for Chris. Chris, can you do that? Can you have
there you go.
Part of your own and also have someone else manage the other bit? Is that okay?
Said yes. He just said
You can, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, because you could just, so when you roll over your super, you can just roll over a portion of it. Some of your money stays. It's still an authorized account. So like some people, you pay more fees. Yeah. So some people might have a number of accounts from different jobs they work at the moment.
Yeah, I've rolled them.
By me creating a super fund, I'm essentially a super fund just the same as what Australian Super is. Yep. I can't take as many members, but in principle, like I'm still acting as a super fund. Yeah. To Paul's point as well, the thing that made me a lot more easy about the whole process, about putting all the money in there, was that if I have zero money left in my super account when I'm 67 or whatever it is, it doesn't bother me at all. Like I'm not relying on any of that money to actually retire on. I've got other capital and investments and things that will be enough for me to retire on. So it's almost like if I lose everything, oh well, I would much rather have gambled it and lost everything than not put money in and realized I could have had a lot more. That was my methodology. Yeah. And also in terms of timing, it's not a quick process. It takes like a significant amount of time, like 3 months, I reckon you got to allow for the whole process to go through.
Yep.
So
that's cool.
Yeah. So it takes a long time.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. So you need, and for Russell, I think you got pretty good timing. You got an entry at close to what likely is a
6 or something, I think it was 105 or something. I can't remember. But I've still got my wife's super as well, which is waiting. So I'm just waiting for. I'm long-term optimistic, but this is just like, crystal bullshit, I suppose. But I still think there's a chance that something's going to happen that's going to push the market down again. I don't know if it's going to affect Tesla as much as everything else, but I still think there's some sort of like macroeconomic, like one last bear run for something. And I'm thinking it's going to be something like the official announcement of a recession in the US is just going to scare people, even though it doesn't really have any consequence now because they're already in recession, but it could scare enough people, they pull their money out, and then there could be another just 1 or 2 day just like drop, and then I sort of got to be in at that point as well, potentially.
Another one is an earthquake in San Francisco, which has happened before, and an earthquake off the coast of Shanghai, which causes a tsunami. So that could affect Giga Shanghai as a tsunami, and they've happened before. Or you could have an earthquake in the Bay Area of San Francisco near Fremont, and that could cause an interruption to production, which could cause a very sharp retraction short term.
Yeah, I was thinking more macro stuff rather than specific to Tesla, because I don't think Tesla trades anywhere near it should be anyway. So these sorts of things, I think, are more governed by the macro over the actual fundamentals of Tesla, even though they might lose production. Like, it still doesn't seem as consequential as, someone shooting down a hot air balloon over America. All of a sudden you buy shares $20 cheaper. But it's just weird.
Exactly.
But as Elon Musk has said many, many times, I don't know, it must be getting to a dozen times. Don't buy Tesla shares with leverage.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely.
And he says it all the time. you know, Tesla's a roller coaster ride.
Tesla's already one of the most volatile stocks on the Nasdaq, and the Nasdaq is more volatile than the S&P 500, and the S&P 500 is more volatile than the ASX 200. So, you know, you're already fairly high up there in terms of volatility. So to add leverage to that is a bit crazy. Not that, you know, people haven't done
Don't do it, kids. Don't do it. Because it's great on the way up, but when you get stopped out, it's not pleasant. The only good thing about it is you get multiple years of accumulated losses. So it means you probably don't pay tax for half a dozen years, but it hurts because there's nothing wrong with paying tax on profits.
Yeah, and with the self-managed fund as well, in terms of tax, as a corporate trustee, I could essentially hand it over to like new directors in the future, and the tax obligations, if I die, to give it to my children and stuff, they don't need to pay that same amount of like rollover tax and things when they withdraw the super, because it's still a super account. And then once they have that account, they can then, I know you're saying not leverage it, but in 30 years time or 20 years time, when the value is like 20x what it is now, you can afford to leverage 2% of that. And then you can then use that money instead of like,
So if you talk to your accountant, accountants will explain that. And again, what Russell is talking about in leverage is 2%. So it means to get stopped out or to lose your money, Tesla would have to reduce in value by 98%, which is as close as going broke as you can get, if you think that's a possibility.
And that's essentially you still need to pay repayments on that because they want their money. It's a loan still, but you pay the loan amount in more leverage. So they just start, okay, at 2.001%, next week 2.0002% sort of thing. So we just increase the leverage, so you don't actually pay any money back. They just increase the amount they own over time. And then if you wanted to pay it down, I guess you could, but it doesn't really make any sense at that point in time. You just let your shares keep going up, and
But eventually it comes home to roost, and then you'll just have to have a little tax event where you do sell off some shares to pay back that tiny little bit of leverage, and then you pay tax on it. That's when you pay the tax.
Yeah, and to Chris's point, for succession sort of planning, this self-managed super fund I could have, my grandkids or great-great-grandkids could be in it in the future, and it could keep rolling over and rolling over into the future. And then the generational wealth accumulation essentially has started with me. So I'm essentially setting up my future generations for success rather than just handing them over something and go, oh, here you go buy a car with that sort of thing. They just blow it all. This is a far better, stable way to accumulate that generational wealth.
Yeah. Like with our family, when the uncles died, we got Wesfarmers shares. It was the same sort of thing, you know.
Yeah.
The stuff was, because whatever the hell it used to be called, the farmers stuff, years before that, whatever preceded Wesfarmers was quite interesting. Why it sort of went, because some of the family just wanted to, cash me out, and I'm like, no, give me the shares. So that started it all. So,
but sometimes shares don't last forever. I bought some Alinta shares. I bought some Alinta shares from Alinta Gas. Sorry, the IPO of Alinta Gas.
Yeah.
And that was not too bad. They went up in value, but then they got sold under me, and I was given some weird Alinta derivatives and stuff, and that ended up becoming effectively worthless. I bought some Bankwest shares because I thought that was a good investment, which it kind of was. But then Bankwest got bought out by HBOS, and it was a forced takeover, so they just sent me a check. Yep. So I didn't want to necessarily realise a capital gain, but that was forced upon me because a sufficient proportion of the shareholders voted in favour of the takeover, and I was just issued with a check and a statement that said, congratulations, this is your earnings. And I then had to work out, which is a bit of a pain, what my historic purchases were, because, you know, with shares you have dividend reinvestment plans, and you've got to work out for each parcel what the actual cost base of each one of those parcels of shares was. In some cases you could be lucky and you can get lookup tables and stuff, but it's kind of arduous and a pain. And I was happy to keep them forever, but that just didn't happen. because someone bought them out. So
yeah, I have a spreadsheet for my Tesla shares, and every time I buy, I've put in there, you know, when I bought it, how much it was, and all that sort of gizzo. So make it easier for a few years down the track when I start selling a little bit each year, but not yet.
But suffice to say, and I have mentioned it before, we are going to have a T1000 event. I had a few discussions with Pete, and I've actually come to a slightly different target price for Tesla. Okay. So, you know, as we know, Tesla's currently about $200 a share. There is a number that's great. So when Tesla first did an initial public offering, they were $17 per share. Yeah. But since then, they've had two lots of splits. There was a 3-to-1 split and a 5-to-1 split. So that's a 15-to-1 split. So the split adjusted IPO cost of Tesla shares back in 2009, 10, sorry,
2010
was $1.13 roughly.
Yeah.
So then I thought, well, if I'm aiming for $1,000 as a party, as a threshold for a party, if I was to choose $953.56.4 as the target price, that would mean that Tesla had gone up 841.38 times since its IPO. And you think, well, what the hell is that? Well, that's actually 420.69 times the increase times 2. It's 2 lots of 420.69 times. So that's going to be the big party. That's going to be the honorary T1000 or 841.38 bag party. But we might as well have a smaller scale party when Tesla has 420.69 bagged it. And that price, that target price for Tesla is $476.78. So that's really only.
But it's already been that high, nearly. Like it's already up at like.
No, 380 roughly, $380.
It's pretty close. So I mean,
that'll be a smaller party. It won't be as good as the one that we're going to have for the T1000.
It's a Barbie on the beach or something, is it?
Are you going to dress
it's
like?
A bit bigger. No, it's a bit bigger than a Barbie on the beach. It's.
Are you going to dress like the robotic eye, like Schwarzenegger? T1000.
Yes, well, I was hoping, depending on when it happens, if there's any kind of Optimus that I can buy, I'll buy one and bring it. But the big party, the let's call it the T1000 party, we're hoping to feature sexy cars.
Very cool.
So that's
Harold. What we're actually hoping for is that the T1000 party happens before sexy cars happen.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Come on,
I'm torn, Pete.
I'm
torn because how good would it be to do the Auld Lang Syne lights show with the Cybertruck, the Semi, Model X, Model 3, Model Y, Roadster. I don't know if the ATV could do it, but you know, anyway. But imagine the Semi doing the Auld Lang Syne light show in synchronicity with all the other cars and the Cybertruck and stuff. How good would that be?
But see, the Semi wouldn't have anything to open. See, the Model Y can open the boots. The Model X can do its Falcon Wing doors and the front doors. The Model S can do the front doors. What's the Semi going to do?
I don't care. It's huge. It's just going to look good anyway. You can just blast its air horn or something.
Might be able to move its mirrors.
I wonder if the Cybertruck's going to be doing like tank turns as well at the same time.
Actually, the Cybertruck can be going up and down, like its suspension and the tailgate might be articulated. So it's going to be big. But yeah, we'll have a smaller party, a much smaller party at $476.
But the A as well, Harold, might not be the ATV. The A could be the new vehicle that potentially could be announced as the new $25,000 vehicle potentially. So,
yeah, I mean the problem was that Ford took sexy out of sexy cars because they couldn't call the Model 3 the E. So
just say not the Model Y, not the Model A.
Yes, But the A, I guess you could have a model, and you can't have Model A because I think they have got a Model A, haven't they? Ford, there is a model.
Yeah.
There was a Model A, so they can't
There was a
have
Model
A.
A, but then you just say not.
The at
The
symbol.
Model at.
Model A.
The Model
Oh, yeah.
at symbol.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
The amphora, because that's
Is that what it's
the at
called?
symbol, I believe, is called amphora. Or it's a symbol for an
asterisk, maybe?
amphora.
More asterisks.
Asterisk D something, not the Gaul, but the whatever.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you never know.
Oh, cool. Well,
There you
thanks
go.
for the
So-
info, Russell.
Yeah, so just go and Google it, Paul, or go and talk to Russell. But at least for the benefit
I
of everyone else
started
listening or watching, you can do your research and get advice if you militantly insist on doing it. But then maybe what might be useful is if you do it as part of your fund. So keep your other super fund, your normal one,
I'm going to.
and then put some other bits in if you want to do some more directed investments under
Or you
advice.
YOLO it like I did, and then use YOLO and hope
You
for the
just, you
best.
just go all in and just go
All in.
all in.
Well, I don't have kids to leave the stuff to, and the nieces and nephews can suck it and see and just get on with it. You know.
Actually, Paul, I've got a Harold Murphy Memorial Fund that would like, I'll come and sit and listen to you in your old age in the old people's home and visit you and stuff. And
That's a worry. I'm younger than you.
yeah, but you could get early onset dementia or something, and
Oh, thanks.
just if I come with 3 pieces of carbon copy and ask you to sign one paper, don't worry about it. It's all right. It's just one signature, I promise.
I was going to say by that stage, my Optimus will be protecting me with karate chops and stuff.
Hey, Paul, did you want me
Yeah,
to
mate.
put the website of the company they use? Would that be helpful in the chat?
Yeah, that'd be great.
All right.
Thank you.
Give that a go.
Cool, thank you.
And then in terms of resources to do research, that has it all on the Australian government websites.
Yeah,
all
I
the resources you
started
need.
looking at it, and it all was a little bit.
Yeah, and I think there's even like a TAFE course or something you can do if you really want to, if you're a bit of a slow learner. I don't know.
No, I'll be fine. No, I did talk to
with
my
all
accountant
deference to
before.
slow learners out there are lots of us, and some of us even have master's degrees. But I think, was it James? I think you mentioned in the chat earlier that UWA, or someone mentioned UWA used to have, maybe it was Chris, used to have a course on self-managed super funds, but I'm not sure exactly where that comment was or who made it. Oh, it was Steve. Sorry, it was Steve. Steve said that UWA used to run a weekend training course on self-managed super funds.
I think I'll have a look at it, and if worse comes to worse, I'll go talk to my accountant, because he discussed it with us before. I discussed it with him because I was thinking about it a few years ago, and yes, I should have done it then. But anyway,
hindsight, Harry.
Yeah,
I'm really frustrated that I used my actual money to put into shares rather than my super. I'm really, really frustrated because I've essentially wasted, I don't know, nearly 30% of my income in tax because of it. So I would have potentially 30% more shares today than I do if I had have not purchased them with after-tax money.
Yeah, but you can still use that.
But Russell, imagine this.
Before
I'm
you
just going to
retire.
pause. I'm just going to pause for a sec.
Oh,
and we're back.
Yeah, I've
So
done
anyway,
those sums before.
hindsight, Harry. It's a wonderful thing. All right. Has anyone got any
something useful
questions? At all?
So
yeah.
I do have something that's a little bit off topic for this one, but I know a number of times I've mentioned around trying to trickle charge DC into my car from my battery storage or from something directly from solar panels or whatever. And I was thinking of different ways to do it, and I've come up with a bit of a theory that should work, but it's not financially viable what I'm proposing. But anyway, I saw this week that a company in California had released this. I don't think it's in production yet, but they released this home DC charger essentially, or it's not made for shopping centers and things, and it supplements direct DC with AC as well, so you can get up to 25 kilowatts. I think it uses up to 15 kilowatts from DC, and then you get another 10 from AC. But the fact that they've got a DC handle out of that device makes my thought about slow charging much more like obtainable in a way that someone's actually doing it.
Yep.
do you know if
there isn't.
I know.
Go.
Sorry,
go,
I was just going to say, was that the Electric Viking that you saw that on? Because that's where I saw it.
No, I saw it on. There was a website, electric.com.
I guess either way, one thing I don't know is, does it still need an AC grid frequency?
Yeah,
that's one thing. It does.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is how you do it. There's a couple of ways. You cannot do a mainstream one until Tesla agrees to have power drawn from the battery via the DC route. So, because I'm pretty sure, look, put it this way, when you look into how DC chargers actually operate, the principle is quite basic, effectively. The charger talks to the car talks back to the answers back to the charger. The charger will say to the car things like, how much voltage do you want? What's your maximum voltage? What's your maximum current? And the car will tell the charger, and then the charger will do its best to provide what the car asks for, either only providing what the car asks for or providing as much as it can provide if a car wants more than it can make. And there's a few other steps. When you first put the plug into the charger, you see this on Tritium, it's really slow and you'll hear clicking and stuff. You first have to establish that once you connect the two DC paths together, that there's no leakage. So they have to do like the charger spools up and injects something like 500 or so volts towards the car when the car has its contactor, battery contactor or its connector open, and it checks that there's no leakage. Once that's been done, there's a few other checks and you start charging. Now, all you need to do is effectively make yourself, using like a Raspberry Pi and a few other bits and pieces, like hacky type style, a little bit like, there's OpenEVSE have made their own, build your own AC car charger or EVSE. Yeah. So it's kind of hacky, but it does work. So you could effectively make a fast DC charge simulator that does all the functions of a fast DC charger. Then all you need to do is, on this same interface, make it look like, to a solar inverter, a hybrid solar inverter, make it look like a BYD battery stack.
Yeah.
Say like a BYD HVM. And because they're roughly 400 volts and inverters are eminently able to deal with various voltages. So Tesla packs are about 400-ish volts. So
yeah, my battery is
you basically get a Phoenix contact and you buy the CCS plug. You get a bit of electronics that simulates or is the function of a fast DC charger communications thing. You connect it. You then connect it to your Fronius or whatever compliant inverter as battery storage. So when you plug it in, as far as your solar inverter is concerned, it looks like a BYD battery stack. And your solar inverter will use direct DC from your panels, injected into the car. Now, if the Tesla played okay, and I'm pretty sure it wouldn't, but if you could also then start, rather than pushing power towards the car, you could be pulling it because you got direct connection. And then the inverter at night time would start drawing power out of the battery. But I think as soon as that happens, because the car knows it should be charged, I think if it senses the energy is leaving effectively the charge port, I think the programming in the Tesla would just disconnect because it would say there's a fault. So you're stealing juice rather than paying for it. So the two parts is, if Tesla agrees to vehicle to grid via the DC path, not via their own thing, but just by straight DC, like the Nissan Leaf has sort of done with the CHAdeMO connector, then it can be easily done. My fear is, if you go to Fronius and they eventually come up with, let's call it a slow DC interface for their inverters, I fear that box would cost several $1,000s just because it can, not because
Yeah, okay.
it's worth it, but just because it can. Now the other even hackier way to do it is a company called EVTV that was started by the late Jack Rickard. They produce stationary storage battery packs from recovered or wrecked Tesla battery packs, or battery packs taken from wrecked cars, and then they put in it's not a Raspberry Pi, it's the other one. Anyway, Arduino. They put in an Arduino module that talks CAN bus to the battery pack, and then makes the battery pack think it's in a car, and then they tell the battery pack to close the two contactors, because the battery pack has two contactors. It has a bleed resistor. It basically has a bleed resistor on the positive terminal and a normal just contact on the negative terminal. So what it normally does is you first get power through a bleed resistor so that you don't have a big inrush of current or outrush of current when you first connect the battery pack. And then there's a secondary contact that overrides. It basically switches out that resistor to give you full power. So you could then think of a hacky way of, if you sort of broke into the connector to go into your battery pack, and you put like a T-piece, a logical T-piece, which meant when your car was at home, you would effectively disconnect the battery pack from the car's CAN bus, effectively, and substitute it for the one that, with this little hacked module you've got, and again connect that via the Phoenix connector to your Fronius or whatever, and again simulate, make your Fronius think that it's connected to a BYD battery stack, and you could then push energy in and pull energy out as it wanted without the car even knowing about it. Yeah. So there's two hacky ways of doing it. One's less hacky, which is going to be the commercial route, which is a proper vehicle to grid, but I fear it's going to cost a gazillion, even though it doesn't need to.
I don't want to necessarily take any power out of the car. What I'm trying to do is get rid of that shedding of my panels. So once my battery is full of DC, so I've got a DC battery, not a AC coupled battery. So I do 5 kilowatts through my inverter, which I can use for the house, and then anything on top of that goes into the battery. Once the battery is full, my production drops down to 5 kilowatts.
Yes.
So what I essentially want to do is take a cord out of my battery and plug it into the car and say, no, you haven't got 15 kilowatt hours, you've got 115 kilowatt hours or whatever it's going to be. Keep filling it up. That's essentially all I wanted to do. But it's not, doesn't sound like it's going to be easy as that, because it's not as,
No, it's just not.
Because I mean, I was thinking about regulation, like the car would prefer to have a regular stream of energy to take it's X amount of kilowatts, right, coming into it. And I was thinking, all right, well, I've got a battery buffer there. If the solar panels fluctuate in their energy, I could use that 15 kilowatt buffer as, all right, keep drawing it down when it's lower, and then it pumps back up again. Once it gets to 100, it puts back in the car, and sort of use that as a bit of a buffer. But it doesn't sound like it's something that is going to be feasible. I'm much better off taking it straight from the inverter and saying, forget about that battery. This is a battery now instead. Okay.
No, you're just better off having a small AC charger. Again, you need a little bit of logic. You need either the API or the Modbus connection to your inverter to ask it what state of charge the battery is. And if the battery is quite high and it's still being charged, you then need to turn on your Tesla charger and start charging the car on AC. I know it's not as efficient, but
but it's sort of missing the point. Like, if I'm producing, my panels can say do 15 kilowatt max. If I'm producing 15 kilowatt of energy in my solar panels, and then my battery is full, I can then only charge the car at 5, and then my limit of my capacity of my panels goes down to 5.
Well, so the other way you can do is, just install yourself a 10 kilowatt Fronius inverter. But then you can't do that because it's not compliant.
Then don't you need a different string then? Because I can't get 10 kilowatt. They've told me that I can't have 10. Like Western Power said, you can't have 10. Like it's.
I know, and that's the rules, and that's because they they don't understand that the inverters can be software limited to only export ever 5 kilowatts, or they could actually be told to export nothing for that matter. But until the regulations change, and that innovation will come, because we've just seen Synergy are going to invest in 2 gigawatt hours of storage because they know they need it. Eventually, they're going to welcome more battery storage and more solar, providing it's matched with effective battery storage and EVs and stuff. So it will come eventually, but regulations change slowly, Russell.
Yeah, so the only real thing that I have that I could probably do is disconnect some of my panels and run a separate off-grid string.
Yes.
And then have that as my own inverter, and half my panels or whatever go to a separate inverter, and that just powers one outlet potentially. And then the rest of the panels feed my main inverter, which goes back to the grid in the house.
Yep. In fact, the Fronius inverters actually have that. They have the bigger ones have a 13 amp 240 volt single phase outlet that will run off. If there's a power failure, if there's a power failure, it'll just provide 13 amps single phase as an AC output, like an emergency output.
Oh, really? Oh, cool.
Yeah. It uses one of the 3-phase power modules.
Yeah, okay.
But it's strictly 13 amps. If you go an amp over, it just shuts down.
Yeah.
So it's strict to the 13 amps. But yeah, it's regulations. Unfortunately, at the moment we're using 20th century regulations for a 21st century problem.
In other states of Australia, they're not limited to a 5 kilowatt capacity on their inverters. Yep. I've seen people who've got setups in their houses that are connected to the grid and everything of like over 10 kilowatts.
What's the other value, Pete? What's the one you can get with? You can sort of get approval for, but it's still subject. It's 8.2 or 7 point something.
8.2, I think, from memory.
So Fronius, I know Fronius make an 8.2 kilowatt inverter, which I think is no different to the 10 kilowatt, but it's been, let's call it hard limited. So it's not a variable that's been changed. It's sort of been hard coded that it shall not put out more than 8.2, because that's the maximum you can do, sort of legally, provided they do a street study.
You can go over, especially on 3-phase, but the 8.2 still goes through their automatic approval process. So it's basically, for all intents and purposes, gets waved through. But yeah, you can get over 8.2 approved. You can go to 30 kilowatts if you wanted to on 3-phase, but yeah, whether they will get approved or not just depends on a study that they'll need to do before they give you approval. Gentlemen, transformer capacity and a whole lot of other factors.
Is there a market for second-hand inverters or not?
No, really.
Oh yeah, there's lots of people. Well, there is, because people rip off the old BP systems and they have all these old shitty little inverters that they're flogging for not very much, and panels included.
Oh, sorry, I meant the other way around. You won't get anything for a second.
No, like if I went and bought a, say, 8 kilowatt inverter and I got my 5 on the wall, would anyone actually buy that off me, or am I better off just like keeping it and letting it?
No one's going to buy it off you. It's not worth much.
You're not going
They're cheap.
You're not going to get it for it.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, can I just make a suggestion? I've actually been investigating this a little bit because I got my panels, photovoltaic panels, approximately 10 years ago, just literally the day before the maximum finished. So I was very lucky, and I've had a really good run. I've only had a 3.25 or 3.15 kilowatt unit. And to be quite honest, being a single guy in a small house, a couple of bedrooms, I was literally getting back a proud $1,000 a year from Western Power. So long story short, now of course it's unviable in the sense that I don't get it back at 7.5 cents selling it back to Western Power. But the fantastic thing about it is that it's connected to the grid. So what I can do is to either disconnect it from the grid and have it power a, Tesla Powerwall that's not connected to the grid, or use it for any other unconnected grid activity. And for my grid connected activity, I can put in whatever the lawful maximum limit is. So in other words, what you can do is run a non-grid connected solar panel system, and you can also run a grid connected solar panel system. The two shall not mix, but you can keep it separate, and it's a great
You
way.
can do whatever you want off grid.
Within the bounds of the Office of Energy, so it still has to be Office of Safety, whatever. So it has to be it has to be still done by an electrician.
Correct.
Because they can still come in and they've got more powers than the police for entry for safety purposes. But yeah, you can do whatever you like as long as it doesn't touch the grid.
Correct. The other, what's the word for it? Consideration for me is I've just been having a little bit of a think about considering my own personal consumption. Thinking about the Tesla Powerwall as well as, having a generator and being completely off grid. These last 2 months, my power consumption has been, my electricity bill was something whopping like $95 for 2 months. And what was astonishing and blew me out of the water was that my actual electricity cost was $25. My supply fee cost was 70-something odd dollars. So effectively, what I could have been is completely off grid with a single Powerwall at 13.5 kilowatt, So the reality of being off grid or a small consumer of power like me is very, very realistic. And it's really opened my eyes up to a lot of options that I have.
Oh, you just went quiet. Sorry, I just lost. Are you there?
Yes, but I have
finished
what I...
sorry. Oh, right. Okay, cool. So, yeah, the problem is, okay, you are allowed to go off grid. So you can tell Synergy or Western Power to disconnect and you'll save your $1 a day or whatever it is.
I'm
But
looking at it more long term in terms of the fact that I have a couple of generators because I really enjoy traveling and I like to be like, if we go down south to Margaret River, we like to be on a beach, especially around the Esperance area for 2 or 3 weeks. And be it winter or summer, we want to be, confident of being able to charge the car batteries up and all the rest of it. Solar blankets are great, but in the middle of winter, it can be, there's some shortcomings. So we have the capacity to be completely off grid, and we are extremely low electricity users, not without any great effort, just naturally, we prefer to be in natural darkness in the house or sitting outside having a glass of wine rather than with 15 lights on and TV. In fact, we don't even have a TV, actually, I just realized. So, from that perspective, it's a what's the word for it? A very laid back lifestyle. And, the biggest thing we have in the house is a couple of 27-inch IMAX screens. So
do you have a car though? Do you have an electric car? Do you have a Tesla?
Getting one, still not delivered. And I just checked yesterday, and unfortunately, it looks like it's going to be closer to May than I'm getting it than before.
And how many Ks do you drive on average in your normal car?
I am doing approximately, I think I go through both tanks of fuel in...
No, how many in a year? How many Ks in a year?
I don't know off the top of my head, but it's approximately 1,200 kilometers every 3 weeks in the diesel.
Oh God. Okay. 52, 3 divide 1,200 times. Okay, 20,000 Ks.
20,000.
So and what car are you buying? A Model Y?
Model Y.
Okay, so then it means you'll be adding 3,000 kilowatt hours per annum. So that is 8.5 kilowatt hours of consumption every day.
Yes.
That one car will add to your house's consumption, no matter what you do. So,
Correct.
Apologies. Unless you go and park your car where it's free charging, if you've got the time and the inclination to do that. Let's say you don't, and let's say you do or have to, or just choose to charge at home every day. You will add whatever consumption you've had to date. you will be increasing a step change to 8.5 kilowatt hours every single day, rain, hail, or shine. In summer, everyone's got more solar than they know what to do with, that they can poke a stick at. But in winter, almost no one has enough unless you don't have a plasma TV and you don't have an electric car and you don't have a induction cooktop and you don't have a reverse cycle aircon that you put on heat. So winter's the killer. And
that solar system,
you're absolutely.
That solar system will be just shy of.
That solar to go 3-phase on the premises. The original strategy was to go 3-phase on the premises without going off grid. That was before the off-grid consideration came to mind. So with 3-phase and the midday saver plan, if I'm able to commute, for example, to and from work on public transport, which I frequently do, then on the midday saver, I've got 6 hours at 8 cents a kilowatt on a 3-phase, which will give me almost full charge on the Tesla Y. So that, I think I did some quick sums off the top of my head, if I recall correctly, that was going to work out to be approximately $4 per day for a full charge from 0 to 90%, something like that.
Oh, no, we don't have to do that. So what you need, the easier calculation is you need 8.5 kilowatt hours per day average. So let's just do that number. That's easier to think of. So if at worst case you consumed those 8.5 kilowatt hours at 8 cents a kilowatt hour, then that's only going to cost you 68 cents per day.
Correct.
If you pay for it on the midday saver and your solar was tapped out or your inverter was turned off, you can charge your car on the midday saver for 68 cents per day with your annual driving habits, ignoring solar. But of course, the midday saver only makes sense if you've got a battery storage system, so that between 3 and 9 p.m, when it's 50 cents a kilowatt hour, that you've got your battery backup, your battery storage to get you through that expensive period before you get to the 9 p.m. shoulder or off-peak number, before you get to the EV tariff on add-on, which is a discount of, I think it's 18 cents or 20 cents per kilowatt hour or whatever it is. There is a discount from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. or something.
On the EV tariff, correct. However,
there's an EV tariff add-on to the midday saver. Unfortunately, you can only add the EV tariff only to the midday saver, not to your standard residential A1 tariff.
I did not know about that.
So, but it's always cheaper, but it's vastly cheaper to just charge your car between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. because that's the 8 cents per kilowatt hour, and that's a bargain. So, but then the price you pay is $1 a day.
And if you've got a Powerwall, the Powerwall will charge itself up if there's no sun the next day at that time as well.
Oh yes. In fact, you could actually probably run a house without solar. I haven't done this number, but if you didn't have any solar, but you had a Powerwall and the midday saver, it would probably be cheaper to do that than have solar for quite a few years. But then again, solar is so dirt cheap. Pete? Oh, you're going to hate me asking this. What's a cheap and dirty and nasty 5 kilowatt with 6.6 kilowatts of panels? Is that $2,500 installed these days?
About $2,200 is the cheapest I've seen.
So let's call that a disposable solar system, because it's such bad quality that it will probably break in 5 years or just past the warranty period. That's $2,200 for a 5 kilowatt system installed.
Correct. I think there are some what's the word for it? Considerations to be made, especially in view that I am getting the Model Y and the demands on electricity are going to change. But But I think there are some very positive options rather than negative options, in my opinion. Even if you break down the investment of converting to three-phase power and implementing a $3,000 5 kilowatt, 6 kilowatt system, and you break that down to the warranty period of 5 years, and you break it down into dollars per day value, you're still going to be a long way ahead, I think.
But the dollar a day is only $365 a year. If you've got to invest in several $1,000s worth of, don't forget, you can't just use an ordinary Fronius hybrid inverter to go off grid, because what they do every single morning is they disconnect, because by law they have to do an isolation test on the battery because they're grid tied. They just don't have the choice. So you'll get a power interruption for at least a couple of minutes every day. And in fact, they're not warranted for continuous off-grid use. So you then have to go down the Victron or some other brand of dedicated off-grid inverter. So then suddenly you might, if you spend $3,650 on something like that, and possibly different batteries, because some inverters are low voltage inverters, some are high voltage, there's 10 years of your dollar a day that you've paid up front, and then you still have to live like a
but don't
like
forget,
a farmer off the grid.
But don't forget the batteries will only be warranted for 10 years anyway.
Exactly. So
as soon
then
as you get your, put your hand in your pocket again.
You've got to live like an off-grid remote area farmer, and put up with the fact that if you get a week of bad weather, you are going to run out of energy no matter what you do, or you're going to have to force yourself to go to the shopping centre to charge your car because you haven't got any surplus. For all of $1 a day, or $365 a year, or $3,600 a decade. I'd love to get off the grid. I mean, the best thing I did was I got off the gas. So I saved, I don't know how much the gas connection is a day, but one thing I did do, which did save me money and made me feel good about the environment, was disconnect the gas supply and convert everything in the house to electricity. And that was easy to do, but disconnecting the grid, actually, Pete, you are disconnected from the water grid. You have no scheme water. So you know what it's like to have to store your own water, wash with tank water, bore water, rainwater, whatever, whereas the rest of us get limitless potable water. So that's and you're going to drink it. Oh no, you're going to drink it. Oh, don't drink. There's been seagull wee-wee in that, Pete, and
cheers.
That's not a beard you've got. That's the fungus growing around your face because of all the bacteria. But yeah, it's hard to go off grid. It really is. Well, you've got to live like someone that lives off the grid. And if that's a lifestyle that you want to achieve in the city, it's something you can do. But
the grid is possibly, well, it is the cheapest backup solution and the most reliable backup solution you could ever possibly hope for. And there's a reason why the daily supply charge is just over $1. It used to be about 20 cents only a few years ago, because they've realized that if they go too much above $1, then they'll get too many people pulling the cord and going off grid. So the dollar was pretty much the acceptable minimum, subject to inflation, so it will increase over time. But that's as that's as high as they could go without losing too many people. But yeah, at $1 a day, that is cheapest chips backup. Consider it as backup. So even if you had to get a diesel generator, for $400 a year, I mean, you'd spend that much just on the diesel, let alone what the generator would cost you, let alone the maintenance and everything else. So, yeah.
Gentlemen, absolutely 100% right. It's not something that you can just leap into without much thought. And I think, fortunately, as far as the warranty, it's battery life and return on investment and all that sort of crap, it's I'll certainly look into it. But the thought of being off grid was probably a little bit more protest driven rather than what's the word for it, sound financial decisions, and certainly made prior to any consideration of electric vehicles on the premises as well. And eventually, I think I probably will end up having 2 of these Teslas at least. So what I would like to do is, obviously I need to think about things. And you're right, as Harold and Pete, as you correctly said, $1 a day in cost for the sake of a backup of $365 that you can just literally depend on that, doing anything and no stress, no consideration, no nothing. I think that having that as a safety backup is just like driving around with a spare tire in your vehicle. When you need it, you need it, and you will never have any regret of having carted that around for a while.
But if you do consider going off grid, one thing I've heard that people do and they recommend, rather than using like a liquid fueled generator as a, let's call it a battery charger, because you can set them up like that. It basically acts like a battery charger to your system, if there's not enough sun. Oh, and by the way, you can also get a small wind turbine if it's compliant where you live or, whatever. Is apparently what people use these days is LPG generators, because the LPG as a fuel doesn't go off. So it doesn't degrade or evaporate or spoil like diesel or petrol can or does. So that could be something you could consider. But then if you want to do it because of environmental reasons, you could say, well, why am I burning a fossil fuel sporadically? Being connected to the grid doesn't hurt the environment. Like you're not adding to the degradation of the planet by having a umbilical cord connected to the grid. It's just more like an emotional thing where you can tell Synergy to get stuffed or, whatever, basically, metaphorically. But there's no environmental reason to be disconnected from a grid that's already there.
Absolutely, because it is already there. It has already generated the electricity and you're just tapping in to consume it. Correct.
Yeah. Whereas if you're on the gas, if you've got it gas connected, even though it's there, it's nice to have it disconnected, because that is achieving something, because in a sense there's like a lot of sun and energy, through electricity, and increasingly so, whereas there is no environmental reason to have natural gas, because it'll never be artificial gas. It'll always be, they might boost it with a bit of hydrogen and all that stuff, but it'll always be natural gas. So you can achieve something by disconnecting from natural gas, but the grid, not so much.
I think you're right. I have I live in the western suburbs in the Shire of the town of Cambridge, for want of better words. And I think I have considered, getting rid of the gas heater and heater in there and that sort of stuff.
Oh, have you got gas? Have you?
Correct. At the present
Oh,
moment.
okay. Well, okay, right. This is what you do: get rid of your gas. So you get an induction cooktop.
I've been through this just recently, Harold.
They are just awesome. And the funny thing was, 20 years ago, induction cookware, the pots and pans, used to be hellishly expensive. Now you can go to Big W and you get them for nearly nothing. Although I must admit, some of the pans are a bit shitty, so they do sometimes delaminate and stuff. But it's cheap. Get induction. Russell's done it. I've done it. It's super easy to do.
I've done it. The difficult thing for me, so I took gas out, so I replaced my hot water system with a heat pump hot water system, and I replaced my gas cooktop with an induction cooktop. The hardest thing in the whole process for me was recutting my engineered stone benchtop to fit the new cooktop. It was like months worth of negotiations with people trying to like get them to do it rather than take. What they want to do is replace all of it because they didn't want to cut it on site because of the dust. And I ended up getting someone essentially in a hazmat suit, taped up all the kitchen area, went on there with all his ventilator and everything, cut it bigger, and then vacuumed out the whole of the kitchen. And then, yeah, it was a mission.
You couldn't find one that would fit the old hole?
No, because the gas ones are like, they don't, because they got that bit on the side where the dials are, they're just always a different size, no matter what. And every brand I look for, it was always like the wrong
Mine
size.
was
So
mine. I just replaced. We just pulled out the gas one, and bought one that would fit that same hole and fit it perfectly.
yeah, it must have got lucky. Yeah, because I looked everywhere for one to fit my size, and there's nothing that, even the cheap ones, like I ended up getting the Miele one, but even the cheap ones didn't fit. So I thought, might as well just get it done properly.
I had to cut mine, but mine was made of that like a resiny. It was highly fashionable in 1997 when the house was built. It's like a resiny green sort of speckled. It's not engineered thingy. It's something you could just cut it with like a hacksaw almost. But I had to do a little trim. Like it was only 5 mil or whatever. But the point, like Russell said, is you have to cut it.
Yeah.
Do you know, just a little anecdote, we were back in the UK in November for a friend's wedding, and we were staying at my father-in-law's house, and he's got gas. And my God, it was awful. It was like going back in time. I was like, this is so slow.
Yeah.
There's
So I did some gas monitoring and things in my house, like before and after as well. It made a lot of sense to me. Even the permutation of the whole house was unbelievable how much it spreads. And I had gas monitors at different levels as well for different heights of people.
Really?
And it really affects children a lot more than adults. Also, just recently, maybe like 2 or 3 weeks ago, Technology Connections did another one on gas permutation with gas cooktops, and also compared like how fast they cook up water compared to and there's another one called what's it called, bear with me, I'll open my YouTube and tell you, but he does a lot of like videos about urban planning and different things, and he's talking about how the gas industry worldwide at the moment is really pushing like clean gas, I guess they're calling it, and how it's like reliable and safe and
safe bullets.
Yeah, and it's people's perception is essentially what they're playing into. So the perception of gas being this like strong, powerful, it's always there, you can cook your food quickly, it's controllable, is like archaic when you compare it to induction. It's called Climate Town, the other YouTube site that I...
Do you know, funny enough as well, having the perspective of 2 different countries, I'd actually say that Australia is far more progressive than the UK in gas. The UK just seems to be culturally addicted to it. It's just, even I've been trying to find someone to install an air source heat pump in a rental. The one person I found to do it, he said, "Oh no, air source heat pumps don't work." I'm like, but you're an approved air source heat pump installer. Yeah, but I don't recommend them. What? It blew my mind. And you know, funny enough here, like, I did think about doing that gas monitoring, but one of our spare guest room shower, if you had the window open and you had a shower, even though the instant gas hot water thing was outside, I think because the fan was on, it would actually bring the smell of the gas burning, so you'd literally get gassed in the shower. And I thought, well, that can't be good. So yeah, we always used to just keep that shut, which then was just annoying.
And since you're talking about gas, I mean, there's a great thing. This is a YouTube channel. It's Sabina Hossenfelder.
She's a legend.
She's got a video. It's a month old now. Hydrogen will not save us. Here's why. And she goes through all the processes of hydrogen, and there's like 8 different types of hydrogen, from blue, green, brown, black, pink, blue. Oh, I said blue. White, teal. I think there's
grey.
There's a teal. There's like a teal, grey. there's all these multitude of different versions of hydrogen, and even the greenest of green, the easiest number is 30%. In-out efficiency from electricity back to electricity via hydrogen is 30% efficiency. It's just.
Do you know, I did find a one use for it. So I'm into diving and rebreathers and all that. So we've just been in a discussion of using hydrogen as a very deep breathing gas, as long as the concentration is less than 6%. Otherwise, it's explosive. So if you're diving at like 250 meters, then there's a good application for it.
Right, yo. but you can't smoke while you're down at 250 meters.
Probably not wise anyway, considering you're probably working on a wellhead. But you know,
Wow.
I found an application for it. So.
How many kilograms of hydrogen would you need for that industry there, Richard?
Far out.
For ultra deep, very limited, where you go down for what, half an hour and you got to decompress for a week.
Oh no, these would be stat divers. So I think I was reading the other day, I read a whole article on it. I think they were, oh God, it was like 550 meters down, and they were breathing like 1% oxygen and a few percent hydrogen.
I thought it was helium,
yeah.
Brent, not hydrogen. I thought it was helium down there.
No, helium as well. But so yeah, without getting too into the physiology, so helium does have issues. So because helium is a heavier gas, your work of breathing is actually a lot harder with helium at really deep pressures, even though it's very low narcotic effect. So hydrogen is slightly more narcotic, but it's a lot, because it's, you know, the lightest element, it's a lot easier to breathe at extreme depth.
Oh, so, okay, that's a very specific purpose then.
There was also, I can't remember where I saw it, but there was a UK study, I think it was. Anyway, I can't quote my source because I can't remember it, but I think it was last week. They were matching the correlation of electric vehicle uptake and people presenting with asthma and asthma-related symptoms, and they're essentially tracking there's more, even that small percentage of vehicles, like 1%, they're seeing like 3% less asthma or issues related to like your lungs and things in children. So by taking those vehicles off the road, you're essentially like reducing the amount of like gases that are in the air that people breathe. Even though it's only a small amount, it's actually having an effect. So
it's like an exponential effect on people's lungs. Obviously, the concentration, even up
so
a little bit, is a big effect.
Yeah, even if you don't care about the environment or whatever, like talking about like burning gas in your home and stuff, even if you don't care about that at all, and like, yeah, whatever, there's no real getting around the chemicals that are released when you burn these things affect people when they breathe. I think some people are still skeptical around environmental sort of like climate change and things, but I think if you put people and say suck on the end of an exhaust pipe for a day, they'll be like, no, I'm not doing that. And like, well, that's essentially what you're doing over the course of a year. You're sucking in like a day's worth of like exhaust fumes out of a car. So like, what's wrong? Like, yeah.
Well, it's like in many places in the third world, they have wood-fired kitchen stoves inside a hut where it's unflued. It's just an open fire, wood fire. So the entire environment is smoky, and you know, their lung disease is something shocking compared to having an electric induction cooktop as the other example, other extreme. So yeah, you're definitely right, Russell. It's just for every incremental bit of pollution you can keep outside of a city. What was that correlation when there were daycare centres and people living near highways? The IQ levels go down, the health levels go down because of PM 2.5.
High level of cognitive decline. Sorry, it's a bit late.
No, you've been near a highway. You live near a highway, Russell.
Yeah. If you live in like a highly trafficked area when you're growing up, so if your house is on a freeway or your school is on a freeway or whatever, you're more highly likely to have a lower IQ than the equivalent person living not near those areas. Same goes if you're like cycling beside a freeway as well. So if you go to work, like I used to try and avoid cycling down the cycle path on the freeway. I'd go along like different areas instead as much as I could to try and limit the direct like breathing in of that. Yeah.
Check this website out, guys. They call it the Idle Off Project. They're trying to stop parents keeping their motors running while they're picking up kids from school, especially in summer, you know, when the aircon's on, and in winter when they've got the heater on. And yeah, exactly what you're talking about there, Russell. They talk about the linkages to lower IQ levels in children because the exhaust pipes are around the same height as the kindergarten kids. So it's like having the the exhaust pipe at eye level. If you know what I mean. It's
whenever I'm in an underground car park with my daughter, I always stick her on my shoulders when we walk through the car park just to like try and limit some of that exposure.
Yeah,
it definitely does sink down. Like that heavier gas, like sits a lot lower.
Yeah, absolutely.
I reckon this should be like, so if you put it into context about how many people die from this sort of stuff compared to like car accidents, there's more people that die every year from health-related issues to do with pollution and car accidents, right? But the amount of advertising and money that gets spent on trying to make people go a fraction slower is absolutely ridiculous in comparison to the amount of money that gets spent on this. Like this whole thing that Pete's talking about, you could get this whole funded across all of WA for the revenue from one day from speed cameras. Like it's a pit and seal to take to roll out. But they're not taking it seriously because it's something that you don't see until you're older. Like you can't see someone dying in front of you when it's taking you 10 years off your life right there. Whereas if someone gets hit by a car, you can see it straight away. Like the impact isn't as severe. It's just frustrating.
Absolutely.
The problem is that, when someone dies in a car traffic accident, especially if it's a big pile up, it makes the news everywhere. But when 20 people die silently from lung disease in the hospital, that never makes the papers. So, it's a bit like, shark attacks versus, same sort of problem.
It kind of, I was very nearly a victim of it when I was younger. I had childhood asthma, and I think when I was like 12 or 13, I had croup, which is really rare to get when you're an older child, and I very nearly died from it. And police escort to the hospital and stuck on oxygen. And a few years later, my mum found out that hundreds of asthmatics across London died that year, just because there was a spike in pollution. I think before some regulation came in that I don't know, maybe started to clean the air up a little bit. But that was an interesting little personal experience.
None of us remember it, but London used to be famous for the pea soup.
Pea soup.
Actually, even Melbourne used to have them too, but London had them really badly from all the coal.
No, my parents would often
burners.
talk about them. Yeah,
it's amazing. One thing you wouldn't want to get in a pea soup of fog is this video, which just goes to show how good Teslas are, and it goes a bit like this. So you're just driving along, everything's cool. This isn't playing very well, but we'll just keep it going. That was a truck tire that hit the side of the car. So you can't even see it coming towards you. Bang. Let me just change screens.
Just on the left.
Just on the left. And what it actually was, this is a YouTube video showing the aftermath. That's a Tesla, of course. I think it shows a few different angles. That's on the driver's side, of course, because it's US.
By the way, that wasn't a tire; that was a whole wheel.
Yeah, it was the whole. Oh, sorry, it was a whole wheel. Yeah, from a truck. And they actually, you see them skull dragging it.
Obviously,
Yes,
couldn't get it
very
in tow
lucky.
mode.
Just goes to show no, they couldn't get into tow mode.
AP, you put a picture up on Facebook a while ago with the picture that you found in New South Wales, I think it was, where it's like switch your engine off due to noise.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yes,
Was
you
that-
did, Pete. You put
was
on
that
Twitter, I
one-
think, as well.
That
or
was
Facebook.
nothing to do with emissions. That was purely just because people didn't like the sound of idling trucks.
Oh yes. That was in that was from Sydney. Yeah, that was near Darling Harbour. I took that photo. Yeah.
So that's nothing to do with idle off. That's just a pure, it's too noisy, turn it off, not a...
No, that was purely because of the noise. Yeah. It was, they had about 3 or 4 buses line up. So it was obviously where buses come on a regular basis.
Yeah.
And it was just because of the noise, even though it was a busy, a busy road, a 4-lane road. But yeah, it must have been the residents in the nearby apartments that were complaining, or the nearby businesses or nearby restaurants.
You've seen that thing in New York where they've got that rule about idling diesel trucks, right? And they can get fined.
Yeah, people can. Yeah, people earn commission off.
Yeah, then you take a
reporting
photo
people.
or video and send it in. That was it brought that made me think of that, because they've essentially got a sign there saying like, don't do it. I'm sure if you could video a bus like idling in that location and send it to the council, I'm sure they get a fine.
That's a good idea.
I have a little Starlink interesting thing to share if now is a good time.
Yes.
Yeah, probably should have done it earlier when there was more people on, but yeah, I was trying to get James to bed and all that. Anyway, domestic chores. But so I was I don't know how aware of many of you are with a company called Vocus. So so they do
Actually,
provide
sorry,
a lot of...
just Richard,
Oh,
just
there we
before,
go.
just there it is.
Yeah,
there.
no, that's all good.
Switch off engine to prevent noise. Penalties apply.
That's the one.
Okay, so yeah, go Richard.
It was
Vocus.
so Vocus. So we use Vocus on site as one of our backup paths. So the idea being, you have Telstra for one, you have Vocus for another, then you've got diversity of carrier, and anyway, so Vocus and Telstra both sell services to loads of mining companies and companies all across Australia. To both provide services and provide backup services. Now Vocus I went to a presentation last Thursday in the city. They are reselling Starlink as a service, so they're giving you an SLA. They're going to have parts, spares. They're charging like an extra 20 to 40%, somewhere around there for their services on that. But the interesting thing came in the Q&A, because when they went around the room asking if anyone had anything for them, I chimed in that the one criticism that I had as a personal user was that the point of presence of Starlink was in Sydney, because that's where Starlink's server farm is, and they seem to have quite very good relationship with Starlink, to the point of gone and toured the factory in Seattle, and they seem to know quite a lot about what was going on behind the scenes. So I said, do you know when we're getting a server farm and a point of presence in Perth? And they said, it's very soon. And I pushed them on it, and said, well, when you say soon, do you mean this year? And they said, oh no, within about 6 weeks. So I was like, oh, okay, well, that'd be great, which would probably be about 5 weeks now. So I've just checked the latency and it hasn't changed yet. So
yes,
but that would be quite a game changer for WA, and I think essential really for reselling business services, particularly to applications where latency is a critical factor.
Well, Focus have got one of the best optic fibre networks in Australia.
Which is why we use them as they're very good. Yeah, and they've got a whole Singapore cable as well. So, and they're not going to stop there. But yeah, they're adding Starlink to their bow. So.
Darwin, Adelaide, and Perth have got fantastic network, and they've got right across Australia, so they're covered for optic fibre.
Yep. Well, you can see, as Richard alluded to, on this is a Starlink.sx. It's a coverage tracker, and you can see the 2 point of presences for all of Australia is Sydney. Whereas if you scroll across to the States, they've got zillions of them. Unfortunately, this simulator is very data, very what's the name heavy, but yeah, they've got them all over the continent, and even so as Europe has got at least a few, and as big as we are, we've only got one for the whole continent.
And I noticed that they're not blanking out the bit with the square kilometre array now.
Unless the SQA has actually said that those frequencies are okay, they don't care, like it doesn't bother them, or maybe Starlink just isn't bothering to show it because no one's going to want it there anyway, and it just poses more silly questions than it's worth their trouble to explain, perhaps, or something. Because there used to also be holes in parts of Europe and parts of America, which were probably military bases and stuff like that. And maybe, I guess what's stupid is maybe they don't want the average person knowing there's a secret base there, even though every enemy combatant obviously knows. It's sort of like the people that don't care are the ones that are expected not to know, or they're worried about.
But you just go on Strava anyway and look for the exercise routines of the soldiers and find where they all are.
And they did do that too, didn't they? And they found Bagram Air Force Base, and they just from the top stats of best exercising groups or something, most active groups, and the hotspots were exactly where the military bases were.
Yeah, didn't they have like Google, like like a very busy area?
No, it was one of the wearables.
Yeah. Oh, right.
Not Garmin. Was it Garmin? No. No. Fitbit. Fitbit had the. You could register your Fitbit just to keep track of what your thing was, and they would agglomerate that data and show hotspots in areas innocently of where there was a lot of activity, and those just happened to be at military bases. Suffice to say, they shut that server down pretty quickly. Or I think the Yanks banned. I think they banned soldiers wearing wearables.
Yeah,
basically.
GPS stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, cool. But yeah, that's awesome, Richard. Because from memory, the when I was driving through Port Hedland, the ping was 77 milliseconds, and a lot of that is because you've got to go from the Starlink down to Perth, and then from Perth to Sydney, Sydney to Perth back. Like it's just it's out of control. Yeah.
Just don't get it, and particularly how. I mean, we were not the first to realise that the possibilities for mining companies that work in the middle of nowhere for Starlink. It's just an absolute game changer, and as good as Vocus are, and they've been brilliant. But the construction camps, fly camps.
What about a drilling rig? You've got a drilling rig, like a small team with a mobile drilling rig that camps out on site or whatever. You've got 100 or 200 megabits per second live data.
Yeah, but you look, like Fireys, Police, Ambos, the Flying Doctor Service. You just name it. Like anyone that needs to be out there.
What I'm confused about is how come more airlines haven't already put it on their airplanes?
Didn't they say that there was only a limited number of airplanes that they were compatible with because of the you can't just stick stuff on the side of planes. It wasn't there a Japanese airline that just announced they were getting it.
In fact, there were no Boeing or Airbus versions that were yet. Or at least from a few weeks ago that were yet qualified. I think it was one of the Musk's plane was the Gulfstream G850 or whatever it is, because he obviously pushed that through himself, or they bothered to do the paperwork to do the testing, but it will happen. I did take I don't know where that is now. I might be able to find it, because the the radomes that like 737s have just to get Wi-Fi and internet are pretty big.
Mm.
Well, that's
And
what I
they're
thought as well. Why wouldn't they just swap those out for a Starlink instead if they already have that space?
Yeah, but you've got to still do the paperwork. You've got to do the analysis of
Right.
how flammable is it? How this it's really a paperwork trail more than
Okay.
it's not a matter of is it good enough. It's you got to prove it is and you got to have
that
all the-
actually-
So the
Sorry, go on.
manufacturer of the airplane will progressively go through all their planes they have in the air at the moment, and
So,
one at a time go through.
Yeah,
and make
so
them available.
here's a 737 800, and there it is there. And if you
Yeah.
look, if you compare it to the size of a window, the windows aren't small, and this thing's is taller than a window, and it's just that's where the actual what's the name is underneath, for your mobile or for your Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I've seen the ones that are on Hawaiian Airlines, I think it was, their ones, and it looks much smaller than that one. It looks like a small box sort of shape.
No, but this is not Starlink. That was.
And that's
this
what I
is-
mean. Like, if you was to replace it, it's a much smaller area than what that is.
Yes. Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's just reminding me as well that that's another thing that Vocus were doing is that they were, because one of the things they found for some of their testing is that when the antennas get above 45 degrees, they tend to they throttle back. So what they would also offer is if you had an application where it was just going to get cooked, they'd come up with like custom mounts and even air conditioned radomes, for whatever your application was. So it's just interesting to see a company like going, okay, well, how can we resell this? Not put too much margin on, but actually add value that a company is going to be interested in. So,
Well, otherwise they'd be out of business, right?
oh yeah, yeah.
Well,
I guess, but I
big.
mean, I think that the bandwidth still be greater with their existing fiber. But yeah, maybe even that would change. Well, one thing I would actually one thing I wish I had asked is, because if I was going to go and set up a camp that I needed all the quality of service metrics, I'd say, okay, can I just go to you for one contract and you have a Starlink dish and a Sat1 or OneWeb dish, because then you've got redundancy of two in exactly the same way as we use Telstra and Vocus now. So and then you really could probably then guarantee availability and reliability and jitter and everything else.
Absolutely. I'm getting back to the aeroplanes. This is their list of supplemental type certificates that are in development.
Oh wow, God, that's really.
So you got your A330s, your 737s, 757s,
Oh, Dreamliner too, excellent.
So and the Dreamliner,
What,
yeah.
Starship's not on there.
Wow.
Harold?
Sorry,
Starship's not on there.
no, and the A380's not.
Yeah.
But there you go. So they are working on it. But yeah, Richard, it's just isn't it? It's just a revolution. In the old days, you never knew where you were. You had to use a sextant and have a timepiece.
Yeah.
Then everyone got GPSs, but they were hellishly expensive. Then you could have a mobile phone, so you knew where you were, but you couldn't tell anyone about it. And with Starlink, you will. And in fact, with Starlink, if they have the big antennas, you'll be able to you'll get like, what is it, a few kilobits a second, or no, it's a megabit per second, especially out in the middle of nowhere, using just your mobile phones. No,
sorry,
just
on
your
your
mobile.
phones. Yeah.
Just
on
the,
with your 5G. Yeah.
Yeah. Via Starlink.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, and then
terrible. Singapore Airlines, it was great.
Yeah, but that's the old-fashioned one. Go, Damo.
I was just saying the internet on Qantas is absolutely terrible. But then when I went
awful,
last year with Singapore Airlines, it was beautiful. It was great.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
Well, when I went on Emirates to Dubai, it was, in one way it worked, and then on the other leg for the whole 12 hours, it just said, sorry, there's no internet for the whole journey. So that's really disappointing. But imagine yeah, it's just a revelation. You'll in a few years, you will never be able to get lost, and you'll never not be able to tell someone where you are, because you're being. Oh, you might have a flat battery. Yeah, okay, you might have a flat battery.
Unless there's like a massive country scale induction charging mat or something.
Remember the old days? That's right. Well, you know, Australia is so conductive that for the telegraph, they only had one wire because they used the earth as the return. It was literally only one wire.
And then people would, when people would get lost, they go and cut the wire because they knew someone would come out and fix it.
Yes.
That's the old trick.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly right. Cool. All right, it's getting on a bit late. Any other like last bits of news or quirky bits or anything?
Market's open. What's it going to close at tonight, Harold?
Oh, I don't even know what it's at the moment. Let's have a look. Let's see if I can replace myself with the price. Oh, it's up slightly, 52 cents. No, yes, yeah, roughly 50 cents. Oh, look, I don't know, Damo. I mean, I don't think much should happen until next Thursday.
Yeah, yep.
Because that's, look, I think that's when it's when Tesla officially rolls out the plan to demonstrate mass production.
I want it to be a situation where it's so outlandish that only certain people are actually going to believe it, and everyone's like, "Oh, I'm getting out of this."
Yeah,
and
it's
it's
gone
like
crazy.
dump
That's right.
everything. And then they actually deliver on it like 10 years later, and everyone's just like even more rich than what we are now.
I've got to try and find it in the next 30 seconds. Something that exactly illustrates that point. Although not many people knew about it at the time. And that was, here it is. That's this plot here. So this was Giga Nevada's original goal. And this goal was set in 2014. I think it was 2014 or 2013. That up until then, what they realized they had to do was produce more lithium-ion batteries in Nevada than the entire world did, you know, that year. So they decided on the back of the envelope to build a factory that would build more batteries in one location than all of the world combined. And I mean, people that saw that idea just laughed at them and said, "You're crazy." And that was the pathway to get to 500,000 cars from one factory. And that's why they called it the Gigafactory, because it had to make, you know, 35 gigawatt hours of batteries in a year. And that was just outlandish. You know, imagine any other industry that says, "I don't care what the whole world is going to do. I'm going to build my own factory to do as much as the entire world of whatever product it is." You know, it's just nuts. And yeah, Russell, I hope, you know, well, you know, they're already talking about terawatt hours, so 1,000 gigawatt hours.
Yeah. Well, when they had that, I can't remember, I think the earnings call or the investor meeting, I can't remember which one it was, but when Musk got into all the weeds around like robotics and AI and stuff, after that meeting, the share price just like plummeted. And I was there going, "This is fucking awesome." And then next day, like the share price is like down 15% or something. You're like, what the hell?
That was Optimus. That was Optimus, because they go, "Well, he's just lost it," because he's talking about that robot could redefine what it means. What it could redefine economic theory, because economic theory is predicated on the scarcity of labor, or the limitations to an economy because of the scarcity of labor. And he said, well, if labor becomes ubiquitous, then what does it mean to have an economy? And of course, you can imagine the share traders going, "Oh, you've fully smoked the doof, and you're just like the chuff, and you're off. You're like, you know, you're gone." You know.
Yeah. So when energies, I know when energy's so cheap to produce, who's going to actually want to install it when they're not really getting a return on the investment, when it's so cheap to actually do?
It's energy as a service. Then you have okay, so back in the 1960s, in fact, I was exposed to it in the mid 1970s. I played a game. I played a game called Lunar Lander on a terminal. It was an acoustic coupler terminal with a thermal paper roll, and it was like a keyboard with a roll of paper and a acoustic coupler. So it had the two earmuffs, and you'd ring on your dial phone. I lived in Karratha. My father worked in Dampier. I'd ring Hammersley Irons mainframe or whatever, or server in Dampier on the local line. You listen for the tones. It was 110 baud, so 110 bits per second acoustic signals. Put it in the coupler and play this game. No screen, nothing. It was just whatever. Now, back in those days, if someone said that you would be streaming video, or let's call it movies, color movies and blah de blah and whatever, and that data rates would be unimaginable, like 100 million bits per second, when all I got was 100 bits, so that the communication would be 1 million times faster than what they currently had. Those people in the 1970s and 60s would just look at you like you're just from Mars. Like, it's just they can't imagine growth in technology, advances in technology. They can't even think about how to imagine to do it. And actually 100 megabits, nothing. You go gigabits per second and faster, telephone calls. My mother, again in Karratha, in about 1978, there were some Yugoslav people that we knew. They would ring home, and I remember them paying, it was like $100 in 1978 money for like a half-hour conversation on the phone.
Wow.
To their relatives in Yugoslavia
Was
via
it like,
satellite.
Oh no, you hang up first. Oh no, you hang up first. Oh no, you hang up first.
It's like no. I think they worked out when they had to hang up. You had to hang up because it's costing you big bucks. Like communications was just whatever. So the same thing with technology. You just can't understand it because it's just too
So like I'm trying to think of situations. So at the moment, the majority of power, I guess rooftop solar excluded, the majority of power that we're producing in WA comes from power stations that are provided by either gas or coal, right? Now, there's a cost that I have to do to buy that energy to burn, essentially, and we're then paying a cost back to them to provide it. Now, when they move away from that scheme and they start putting more renewable energy in and more battery storage, then the maintenance and requirements to keep that running, the cost is a lot less. But there's still the expense of maintaining the actual infrastructure of the wires and poles and things. So I can't see the cost of electricity coming down, even though the production cost comes down, because the overhead of having the service of maintenance still is required. Yep. So when you say energy as a service, will you subscribe to energy to say, all right, I bought my energy for the year, it's been $1,000 for the year or whatever, and that's it, you just have it?
Yeah, so the thing I forgot to close with that previous argument was, sorry, Pete, I had to unmute you because you're talking to us or whatever. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Sorry. So the point was, telecommunications and internet was so horrendously expensive. Now we get internet plans where all we pay is a monthly fee, effectively regardless of how much data we consume, within reasonable bounds. Like, the actual data itself is unimportant. What's important is connection to a point where you can get the data or push the data. So that, again, it'll be energy as a service, where the service is the grid, because the grid is the thing that's interconnecting between all the sources and consumers of energy. And so then it probably won't matter how much energy you actually consume.
So
sort of.
by having solar panels and things on our roof now, effectively that could be like a dead investment in a way if the energy market's so like massive that there's no real requirement to produce rooftop solar?
No, because I mean, in a sense, we can all be independent
Or it'll be
almost
like
of
a
the
distributed
grid.
energy system where we're
Yeah.
feeding into it and we're our own power station. But if they have
Yes.
that, well, then we have to then pay tax on the generation that we have. So every unit of energy we produce, we have to pay tax on.
Wouldn't that be every government's dream to tax the sunshine and the
Well,
fresh
essentially,
air?
that's what they need to do. Otherwise, because that's what's happening with power stations at the moment. They're going to pay tax on buying coal and gas and stuff, right? Like,
Yeah, that's because it's our gas and coal. It's the government, in a sense, they're burning our own resource, so they actually have to buy it off the owner of the land, I guess you could say,
yeah,
the government. So yeah, that's why there's
So
a
you-
cost. There's a what's it called? What's it called, Richard? When Gina pays it.
Externality.
No. The
Externality.
no. What do you call the iron ore when you buy? It's not a tariff.
Royalty.
Sorry, it's a royalty, because you're effectively
Sorry, I'm
paying the
picking up
government,
here.
who notionally owns the resource that you've dug up and either exported or burnt up or did whatever with.
Yeah. So if you're producing a lot of power, then your service amount might be potentially offset by what you're feeding back into the grid as well, potentially.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'd love to do a deal with Synergy to say, you can do whatever you want with my panels and my inverter and my battery. I don't care. You can make them run flat out. You can make them not run at all, or you can make them run in a blue moon or 24/7 or something. But the deal I want is, provided I don't consume too much power, which I never would, I'd just like you to just not give me a power bill, please.
Yeah. Okay.
But then people may say that's unfair because I'm rich enough to buy solar, buy batteries, and why should I have a free ride when, if you're super poor, you can't afford to buy solar panels, you can't afford to buy batteries. Why do they have to suffer and be energy, what do you want to call it?
Dependent.
Deprived.
Yeah, sort of, or the, not the working poor, but they got it. It's the poor people that disproportionately have to pay money on energy when,
Yeah.
for rich people or richer people or what do you want to call it, they can kind of just splash solar panels and stuff and get it for free. Although they did pay for it. I mean, obviously, but so I don't know how you work that out. But then, like Pete said, we'll almost always pay for the grid. Look, until you can get a 250 kilowatt hour battery storage for not very much one day, and then maybe you can say, well, I can ride out 2 weeks of bad rain and
Yeah,
stuff.
that's the problem, right? If they make it so expensive to connect to the grid, then everyone's going to do that. So it's almost like you can't charge too much, otherwise you're going to be in the same situation where people are like, well, I'll do it myself.
Well, I think the energy minister said just that. They said that the revenue coming from actual electricity sales gets less and less and less, and then the only revenue comes from grid maintenance. And if you make it too, if you pass on the true costs, then some people will start jumping off the grid, and the more that jump off means it costs the people that are still left more and more money to stay on it until it becomes
It's
unsustainable.
called network operator death spiral.
Is that like, at the moment, every couple of months I get a letter from NBN saying, oh, we know you should not connect to NBN. Like, you guys really should connect to NBN, where the service is so crap, I've just decided to get a fixed wireless connection instead. And now their cost of like maintenance essentially has gone up because there's one less user on there.
Yeah, well, it has, because your incremental cost for your little bit of fiber is nowhere near compared to the earnings they got from you on average. Because if you're a very short customer to the exchange or to the whatever, compared to like a rural customer with a long cable that they have to maintain, you are effectively subsidizing everyone else. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So
Sorry.
Pete?
No, finish what you were going to say. I was just
Oh,
going
no,
to change.
that was it. No,
That's
that's
it.
that's it for me. You're good, Russell. You go,
Yep.
Pete.
just getting back to what Russell was saying about the stock reaction when Mars started talking about Optimus. There was a great interview that what's his name? Ride the Lightning. What's his name?
Ryan McCaffrey.
Ryan McCaffrey did with Sandy Munro a couple of weeks ago. I've got it spooled up. It's not very PC, but
we're game for that.
It's got a great explanation of why people have that reaction. I can play it now if you like.
Yeah, go on.
All right, here we go.
Media circles lately as these Cybertruck beta build sightings have been picking up, and that is there are grown adults
stop,
genuinely
stop. Do it at normal time, please. It's too fast.
Oh, it's only at 1.3 times.
No, do it at 1 times, please. I got a slow brain.
2 times. It's too slow for me.
Go at 1 times.
All right,
there you go. There you go.
I've got to go to sleep now.
We believe that the truck either isn't real or isn't coming out in the form we've seen it. So what do you think it is about this thing that is breaking people's brains in such a way? And what do you say to those people if they were to come up and tell you that thing's not real, it's not coming out?
So here's the thing. There's a psychological problem associated with everybody, you, me, the rest of the world. And in essence, what it boils down to is when the expectations don't match the results, people physiologically cannot see the data. Okay, this is, we call it paradigm paralysis, but the real name is, the psychological name is called scotoma. When people who've lived their whole life in an ICE world, in an internal combustion world, when they see something that's radically different, doesn't make any noise, it costs virtually nothing to power it. It's quiet and efficient. All these things, it doesn't register. It's serious. It's caused many companies to go bankrupt because they can't see the future even when it's sitting in front of them.
Yeah.
So you bring out something like the Cybertruck and there's nobody in it because the ones that are running around right now are totally autonomous.
Yeah, I don't think that's
and you
correct.
see that, and there's no people inside. It doesn't make any noise. It stops at the stoplights. It does everything that a car does, but it doesn't make any noise. And I don't understand how electricity works and stuff. That's what's going through their minds. So their expectation is, boom, 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 and a big fat guy sitting there driving a big giant truck. And what the results are no noise and all these other benefits. And so consequently, what happens is it just can't work. It just doesn't work for them. So if you want to hearken back a while, I remember my grandfather talking about how when he was young, he was in the Navy, and he initially was on a steam sailor, which was a naval ship that had sails, but it also had the capability to run under steam with a big prop. And he said when he first got on board that ship as a boy, he joined the Navy when he was like 9 or something, about that range. When he first got on that ship, he had already seen steamships. They were floating around. But the ship he was on, the captain absolutely flat out did not want to use the steam engine because he was afraid of it.
Huh.
Okay. This is the captain of a first-rate battleship from the British Navy. So this thing has been going on forever. I mean, in the Industrial Revolution, they called these guys Luddites that didn't want to have weaving machines that didn't have people associated with them, except for putting on new thimbles. But at the end of the day, it's always going to be like that. And the slower, or let me rephrase that. Oh, I don't know how to do this when politically correct. So all you woke people, put your fingers in your ears. Okay, so the dumber you are, the less likely you're going to be able to absorb and accept what's going on around you.
Yeah.
It's just the way it is. There's nothing, your IQ or your ability to soak up this knowledge is going to be determining how well you think things are going, or how much absorption you're going to be able to take of this new knowledge.
So you'd say the Cybertruck, effectively, it's kind of it's like a psychological fear of the unknown, effectively. Is that kind of maybe a good way to sum it up?
It's more than that. It's what your brain says. Okay, so here's an example. You go to somebody's house and you've never been there before, and it's a party, and the hostess says, Ryan, could you go and get me the salt and pepper? It's in the kitchen. And you walk into this glamour palace kitchen, and there's crap everywhere. And you're looking around your brain is saying, how are we going to find any salt and pepper shakers in here? This is impossible. I can't do this. I can't do this. This isn't going to work. And so you shout back to the hostess, I can't find it, Betty, or whatever. And she comes in, and right in front of you is the salt and pepper. I'll bet you dollars to donuts, you had that situation. Maybe it wasn't salt and pepper,
right,
but it was right. It was a snake. It had bit you. That's scotoma.
So
even when the data is sitting right there in front of you, your eyes can't see it because your brain is stronger than your eyes.
Yeah. Yeah. I feel like you're a good person to pose this question to. Obviously, Tesla's going to be the one that ultimately demonstrates this and tells us. But another sort of thing that I feel is very nonsensical that I see floated around a lot about the Cybertruck is that because it is a hard exoskeleton stainless steel exterior.
So I think they go on off another subject.
I did give a chuckle when I
What was
heard
he?
that bit as well.
What was he saying, Pete? They're all driving around autonomously. The Cybertrucks, they got no drivers in them.
Yeah,
that
I
was
think
weird.
it was went off a bit there. That's and I think a couple of people on Twitter have said no. Every sighting of the Cybertruck had someone behind the wheel. So I think it was just maybe just going a bit over, a bit exaggerating a bit too much to try and make the point. I think he was just talking about autopilot and FSD beta, but yeah.
Yeah, and the point is you just don't see it. And, who at Nokia saw that or thought that the iPhone was possibly a threat to their business?
Yeah.
You know what's interesting, right, is because when I was back, mentioned earlier, we were back in the UK in November, and I had a chat with a mate. It's kind of a thing now. We always go and stay with one particular mate when we land. And I was chatting to him about electric vehicles, or he brought it up. And he said, oh, yeah, everyone in the UK now just sort of accepts that electric, cars are just the future. And it's just a question of, when you're going to be able to get one. And I'm like, mate, do you remember last time I was back here in 2019 to when we came back to get married? No one thought that. It was, and now it's just within that space of time, it's now just accepted, established fact.
Richard, I had something happen to me yesterday. So when I got my Model 3, the first one, we'd go 3-4 months before I'd see another Tesla.
Yeah.
3 or 4 months. I was in Joondalup, literally within a space of 250 meters, and this wasn't near a charger or anything like that. I saw 4 Teslas, 2 Model 3s
Wicked.
and 2 Model Y.
Do you know what it's like working in West Perth? Have you any idea how many Teslas I see? It's fantastic.
Oh, that's because of the charger there. But yeah,
No, it's
the
because
closest
West
charger
Perth.
to
No, it's
Joondalup,
because West Perth is loaded.
the closest DC charger to Joondalup is Kernup. So
Yeah.
there's nothing, there's the couple, there's the 4 at Lakeside, which are just the AC 11 kilowatt one.
I don't understand that.
What's that?
There's bugger all charging around Joondalup.
There's nothing, mate. There's nothing. It's a disgrace. There's, pretty much the whole northern suburbs. Once you go north of Kernup, there's nothing. There isn't a single DC charger. It's absolutely woeful. There's
Man, you'd think Joondalup Shopping Centre would have a supercharger. I mean, that's where we did think it was going to go, right?
Yeah, well,
Originally.
that's where I was hoping it would go, but
Yeah.
well, yeah, but no, it's the Lakeside Joondalups got 4 EV bays, so 2
Oh
lots
yeah,
of
they're
two.
tight and
So
terrible.
if my wife and I meet up for coffee at Joondalup, there's 50% of
Two.
the charge.
Yeah.
It's like, they've probably got 4,000 plus parking bays. And
I don't understand why it's like a campsite can have 115 amp bays and a shopping centre with the resources of Lakeside Joondalup don't seem to be able to manage it. It just, I mean, I know it's probably easier to do earthworks when you've got no bitumen on it, but I don't know. It just seems.
When I go up to
Just put in
Joondalup, I use that 3-phase charge they've got near the cinema.
Yeah.
And plug in there.
Yeah.
The last time I was up there, there was a MG Z, whatever it's called,
ZSEV.
ZS, yeah, whatever it's called. That was parked next to me when I got there, and I parked in. And the missus was going in to grab some lunch, and I was just going to wait in the car. I thought I'd just plug in anyway for like the half an hour I was there. And when I was there, yeah, that's the one. And there's 2 buttons on there. There's a red button and a green button. You got to press the green button first, then it activates and you plug your thing in. It's fine. Some kid walked past and I was in the car, and he's like going past and pressed both the red buttons as he's walked past.
Yeah.
And I guess he wasn't expecting him to be in the car. As soon as he's done, I saw him on my side mirror. I got out, I'm like, "You right, mate?" And he's like started running. I'm like, fucking idiot, like. So I had to unplug both the cars, start it back up again and plug it back in, and I was just like,
it's a stupid charger. I don't why they have those buttons on there. I don't understand.
yeah, it's stupid.
Yeah, it's
You could have easily just pulled it out as well. I mean, that wouldn't have stopped him doing that on most charges anyway, but it was just opportunistic, I suppose, as he's been like walking past. I wonder this like social thing whether it's just because it's different, there's an opportunity to be destructive and they just do it because they can. When it becomes more mainstream, whether when they experience a situation for themselves and they're charging, then they tell their kids it's not the right thing to do. Because I would think that the reason why they're doing it is because their parents are like, "Oh, if it's not a fucking Commodore, like I don't want to know about the situation."
No, they're just bad. They're just like I've seen a kid or a youth walking through. I think it was either Target or yeah, it was a clothes section of Target or Big W, and as casual as you like, he'd breeze past. Like you got those circular sort of, I think it was circular clothes rack or whatever, or they're in like section sort of thing.
Yeah.
And he just breezed past and just nonchalantly just tip up a couple of the clothes hangers so the clothes come off and fall onto the floor. Just like going flick, flick, flick as he's walking, not even looking around to see if anyone's looking at him. It's just this inherent destructive sort of F you.
Yeah, okay.
Just because
I
I'm a
guess
shit. Just because I'm
they
a
can get
shit
away
kid.
with it, right? If you got
Or even if they don't,
well,
they do if they get caught. What are you going to do with a 10-year-old or a 12-year-old? What are you going to do?
Yeah, I think Pete brought this up last week because the majority of charging locations are unsupervised in terms of like security or things. It's all just self-serve. It's a much easier situation to go to a charging thing and do some damage than go to a petrol station and start swinging like a petrol hose around. Like it's probably going to be more likely going to get caught. So it's easier to do that.
Yes, at the moment, yeah. But it's not necessarily because it's an EV. I don't think they care what it is. They just know that if they do some simple action, they can cause some disruption or inconvenience. But they'll do that by tagging a wall, by pinching stuff.
Yeah, okay.
By it's some humans just have this trait or they've learnt, because a lot of it, I mean, let's face it, every baby is born innocent basically, and they learn either good or bad behaviors or you know, from various sources. And that's just the stuff that happens. It's going to happen all the time.
I was parked in my office back in my old office, and I used to plug in just a 10-amp outlet every day when I'd park. And then one day, the bloke that parked next to me turned the power point off when he was driving out before he drove home. And the next day, like, I was like, "What's going on?" He's like, "I don't know what you're talking about." I'm like, "I got it on camera, mate. Like, what are you talking about?" He's like, "No. Like, I was just turning it back on."
I've had that happen too, Russell.
Pardon me?
Really?
I've had the same thing happen too, but someone put their door in my car and then denied it.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, he's like a 40-year-old man. Like, it's not like he's a kid. It's almost like that sort of behavior potentially is like the whole life, not just when you're younger.
Yeah. Why do people key cars? If it's a nice car, they go and key it because you shouldn't have a nice car because I resent you because you've got a nice car and I don't.
Yeah, like it's, yeah.
It's just destruction. It's some human beings just aren't great people. You know, there's a whole spectrum, isn't there? Just like, to be fair, there's an EV owner, a Tesla owner, that decided it was a great idea to go to Meriden charger setup, get his own screwdriver out and hack his way to a solution that solved his problem for half an hour and then caused tremendous damage and inconvenience to you know, a significant number of other EV owners, of which he is allegedly of the same brethren or same group or same whatever you want to call it.
Why did he do that?
Well, because he wanted to, because his life is more important than the sum of everyone else's. So he decided he had a problem, and he came up with a solution that then basically sabotaged it and excluded everyone else. But as far as he was concerned, in his ecosystem, he was all right, Jack, and the rest of you can get lost. And he's let's call it a respectable Tesla owner. So make no mistake, the EV community is a whole spectrum of all of society. It's got the goodies, the baddies, and most of the people in the middle.
Well, I guess you do see people just parking in EV charging spots and not charging and things, which is essentially the same thing in a way of just not.
Pete's got the photo of the Model X.
Yep.
Not only not plugged in, but they pretend by poking the plug under their wheel arch. I mean, which anyone that looks goes, they're taking the piss, but smart ass. You know.
I think I told you I was at Karrinyup, and a guy just came up to me and said, "Oh, when you finish charging, just undo your plug and just have it sitting inside there so you don't get charged idle fees." And his car, I saw the number plates, and he's pretty well known, like in all the Tesla groups and stuff. I'm not going to say it, but
it's a midnight silver Model X.
That was a Model 3, actually.
Oh, okay. Well, there's a few. Okay, there's a few. Well, actually, I've been sent a photo of a Model X and a Model 3 simultaneously in side-by-side bays, neither of them plugged in at the Karrinyup supercharger. I'll get the photo. I did show it last time.
This one had custom plates on it, and
these are custom plates too. The Model 3 didn't. The Model 3 was a white one, Poverty Pearl white, newish Model 3. There's the Model X. That's the same one. I mean, you just
didn't bother.
Well, exactly. It's just beyond the joke. That's kind of the contempt that says, like, I can't even be bothered backing in to make it look a bit more convincing. They figure that's good enough.
This guy wasn't even charging. He just parks there and then just has it just sitting in without it connecting.
Yes.
In his defence, because that was in Dunsborough, which is the one spot where you've got to drive against the flow of traffic to get in because the cable doesn't reach. So he might have just gone. There might have just been a protest thing where he went, "Well, it can't reach my charger, so I'm just going to put it on top of the wheel or what have you." But
Pete, no. There's no defence because Where's
You
the
went to a
protest
petrol
placard? Where is the placard on his car that says, "I'm sick of Busselton Council, fix this stupidity"? Like, there's
You
no.
need to park in the spot for that. You can go to the council house. It's like parking at a petrol station, just leaving your car and going to the shops. Like,
I'd
you do
love
that, you
someone
get
to do
towed.
that as an experiment. Please do that, and we'll video it and see how long it takes for a tow
The
truck to
car-
come along and skull drag your car off the premises. Like,
Yeah.
that's why Tesla's got idle fees. Although unfortunately, smart asses are, again, humans are, everything. The reason why, cups of coffee have caution, contents may be hot, or peanuts a packet of peanuts has caution, contents may contain traces of nut. Oh, no, sorry, this packet may contain traces of nuts, is because humans are just inherently stupid, or not stupid, they're resourceful, right? So if they can sue you for something that wasn't their fault, they will.
So-
If they can get away with something, they will. It's just what humans do.
I don't think that people really care so much either, because I was wanting to charge at my local council. There's a charge there, and there's a limit of 2 hours per session, and you can't come back for 4 hours after charge for 2 hours. And there's only one charger that works, and I went there, and someone was there, so I'm like, okay, whatever, I'll come back in 2 hours. I came back, and the same car was still there, so I called up the council and said, hey, the car's still there, I need them to move. And they go, oh, no, we're not really in the area. I'm like, what? Not in the area? Like, it's in your car park. Like, you look out your window, you can see it from that right there. Like, you need to do something. Like, oh, nah, we don't really get involved in that. It's just, don't really care. So I think it's more just like those signs and things aren't really things that they're trying to actually enforce. It's more just a guidance thing rather than anything.
They might not have legislation. So, for instance, I went to Riverton Shops, and a few times it's been iced. And I had a discussion with the manager, and the manager said that they can't enforce anything. So all the parking markings and all that is just like a user suggestion.
Right.
You could just park sideways. You can kind of do whatever you want, and there's nothing they can really do.
Yeah. Okay.
There's nothing they can do.
Well, Albany Council has passed bylaws which allow them to fine people for icing EV bays. So it just should be a statewide and a nationwide thing. But
yeah, absolutely, that's right.
So you're saying the reason why nothing could happen is because the city of Coburn hasn't got any regulation around fining people for parking in their own car park?
They would probably have to list it as an offence. If it's not a listed offence, then they can't give you a fine. So they probably have to write like a bylaw that states that overspending your EV charging bay time is an offence, and it carries this thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and the thing was as well, I knew the car had finished charging because it was like an old Volt, like it was a hybrid thing, and it wouldn't have taken that long to charge that small battery up.
No.
But I could have just unplugged them and plugged mine in there, but I thought, like, is that even worse? Because my cord would have reached like beside him. Is that worse unplugging them than actually just like,
They've stopped charging. Me personally, I don't think that's a bad thing. I think I can't see that as being bad. I really can't.
Okay.
Because you're not damaging the car. You're not inconveniencing the other person, because you know that they've stopped charging, and you just unplug. You're not assaulting their car. You're not causing it damage or anything. So
how do you know they've stopped charging?
Because they've been there for 2 hours. Like, how long those cars take to charge? I mean, the battery's so small, isn't it?
Fair enough. Yep.
Like, that was my only logic. It'd been there for 2 hours, charging the whole time. So,
well, and if the sign says limit of 2 hours parking, by definition, they've completed their entitlement to charge. So
I just didn't want them to. I just didn't want to be there when they came back and me taking their plug and then chucking the shits, and then like, that's all I was concerned about.
Yeah, I know. And the problem is, you would find it difficult to restrain yourself, as in opinion-wise, when they give you some stupid excuse, or even worse, they say, "Hey, Russell, get stuffed. I'll do whatever I like, mate. What are you going to do about it?"
Yeah.
And you'll go, but the sign says, and they go, I don't care about the sign. What are you going to do about it? And then you just got to go, I'm not going to do anything about it.
I probably would have just like roundhouse kicked him in the head or something, just something basic like that. No, so, and the car was a business car too. It was like a company logos and stuff on it. So I was thinking about actually, anyway, whatever. It was like
humans. Wait till the cars are autonomous. They won't do this bad behavior, Russell.
And what is it? It's like it was like a 7 kilowatt charger for 2 hours. So the amount of energy going into it is so small anyway. It's like what, a couple of dollars worth of energy that I probably would have saved. Like it's nothing considerable. It's more just the principle of it in a way.
I'm wondering if like this EV highway, you know, some of these little towns that are getting the chargers, there's some bored kids there, and just wondering when they do get vandalized, how long they're going to be off for before they get repaired. Because like, you know, you might have a family going there thinking that they can charge, and then they get there middle of nowhere and they can't.
Synergy
worries me the most.
Spares in Perth, spare nozzles or spare connectors, spare cables. A lot of spare parts. So
and they'll need them because this is what you get. This is Margaret River, and that's $3,000 worth of damage.
What's the ramification if they don't meet the targeted uptime?
I guess they're in violation of. I don't know, Russell.
Probably nothing, right? What are they going to enforce on the government agency? Like,
the thing too is, the uptime I think was a requirement of the
Chempower
system providers like Chempower and whatever. But vandalism is an externality. It's not. It's not.
Yeah, but when you look at the uptime of Tesla chargers, it includes all those vandalism ones as well, and they've still got a 99.3%.
99.96.
Except in Australia, it's gone down a bit because Eaton's been offline for yonks.
I know.
And
did you hear Trindale was down for a little while too?
And Trindale was down. So to compound, to make things even worse, and as I'm looking now, Bunbury, Eaton's back up, but it was off for several days, like in a row. But anyway, but the thing is vandalism. I mean, superchargers. I don't think any in Australia, in Western Australia, have been vandalised yet. Touch wood.
Yeah, so
but in America they have.
If they're trying to hit 97% or whatever they said, right? If that means having extra security or something, that's what they got to do. Like if there's a requirement to keep them up the 97% of the time, and that means having an armed security guard there with like a grenade launcher or something to keep. Like, I'm being extreme here, but if there's a means to achieve it, it should be achieved. If that means like you need some sort of security pass to get through or some sort of key card or some sort of like full-time staff, whatever, then that's just the expense of what it needs to be, right? Just like a petrol station. You don't have self-serve petrol stations because like it's probably get vandalized as well.
Yeah,
well, I mean, there are, when you go, actually many roadhouses these days, actually even petrol stations in Perth, they have cashless after hours, so it's just credit card, automatic. You know, there is no attendant.
So I mean, if you're traveling to somewhere and there's some like far out place with a EV charger, and you get there and you can't charge because it's stuff, like you're pretty much dead, right? But if you had someone that was manned and you had to pay, say, I don't know, $2 or $3 per kilowatt hour, and you got guaranteed it's always going to work, I would almost like have a guess to say that the majority of people would say, you know what, like I'd happy pay more for the guarantee I'm going to get the power I need when I get there than have to pay like 60 cents, whatever it is, and get there and not have anything.
Well, that's why they do have the backup AC. But I mean, look, if you get a sledgehammer, you could just kill everything in not very long time. And look, let's just hope that doesn't happen.
I think they need to put like a cabinet or something around them, and then you apply to like Synergy or whatever for like a swipe card or something to open the cabinet and use it, because they will be vandalized.
But you can still vandalize it's one shell of protection, but that can easily be circumvented, possibly easier, because if you can damage that lock enough so it doesn't unlock, then you've done just as good as vandalizing it by making it completely unavailable because you've jammed it up or
all I'm going to do is, I know that I'm going to be able to skip stops, but all I'm going to do is every station I get to, I'm going to fill to 100, because I can't guarantee I'm going to be able to stop at the next one, which is just going to slow down the whole system. Because if I am going through to like Kalgoorlie and I'm meant to be stopping Meriden, for example, and it's all damaged, but I know I can get to the next one, you know what I mean? Like I'd always go to 100 irrespective of how far I've got to go, which is going to slow everybody down.
Yeah, but what you can do is just go to PlugShare and just see what someone maybe half an hour before you has seen. So you can scout it. You can, if it's vandalism is extreme. So in fact, yeah, if you look on ChargeFox's, because it is on the charge, it will, the WIEV network will be on the ChargeFox billing system app. So the app will tell you if it's online, but it won't tell you necessarily if it's vandalized if they don't know about it yet, because just having the plug smashed doesn't mean that the unit's offline, because there's no detector in the plug to tell you that.
That's happened to me. I went to a ChargeFox, it said it was online, got there and it was broken, but it was still had a green light, but you couldn't plug in.
Yeah, so that's a risk you're going to take, but on average, hopefully enough people are using PlugShare, so you'll have a second source of the information. Although it's a shame you have to do this, but you could do that, Russell, and just see, you know, if the last person to check in found it working. The only problem though then is they're only going to probably have one pin, just like ChargeFox only has one status pin for their app, and it might show as being online, but you got to look at the detail to see whether it's the AC's online and the DC, or maybe just the AC, because having only the AC is it's not useless, but it's really slow compared to the DC. So you might have a long wait.
With all these different operators and the functionality differing between them all, it would be fantastic if there was the abilities of PlugShare across all of them, almost like the hub to take all the other providers into.
Been done. It's called Hubject, and it's like a master clearinghouse. What it does is all of the charges point to one grand server. Let's call it Google, Amazon server, you know, AWS server, and then the idea is that any app user can use any other charger in the entire ecosystem, and they have like roaming agreements with money. So so you can roam. So you can use, like if you look at Bjorn Nyland videos, you can use Ionity with ChargeFox and Everty with whatever, as long as you've got someone's provider card and they're part of this system. You can then use anyone else's charger. You might have to pay a small premium in price, which is
almost like
a bit like getting cash out of a different bank's ATM. You might have to have a service fee, but it has sort of been done. But I don't see the WIEV network doing that. You know, they have an agreement. They've announced they've got their provider is ChargeFox. And
well, maybe ChargeFox needs to improve their functionality to have more ability to give feedback at the time you're charging to log on their app rather than having to use
app. Absolutely. And I fear that ChargeFox, because they're the gorilla in the room, they're the biggest provider. We all know that biggest providers, they're like a quasi monopoly, or not quite a monopoly, but they're the biggest, and they become the laziest, because why should they innovate? Because it's just going to cost them money. They'll only innovate if they get threatened by someone else, but it's easy to be lazy. It's less entropy.
Yeah.
So innovation goes out the window with the big providers, unless there's someone disrupting. You know, it's the Nokia and the Apple, isn't it?
So if ChargeFox go bankrupt, do they sell their assets back to the government because they've been funded, or is it?
No, it's not their asset. No. ChargeFox are just the billing provider. So So they are just the server. Each charger connects via the internet to ChargeFox's server, OCPP, Open Charge Point Protocol server. Then when you badge your card, if it's a MyFair card, like an ID card, badge it on the reader of the charger, it contacts the server. It says, I've been presented with this token. The ChargeFox's server then tells the charger, yes, you are able to commence charging. And then it starts charging. It sends messages up the line saying this car has consumed X kilowatt hours, and it does that regularly. There are regular packets that it tells this information. And then if you use your remote or your app to stop charging, the charger will tell ChargeFox's server that it's stopped charging, and this was the latest meter reading, or the total power delivered, energy delivered, sorry. And then ChargeFox's server will, via their server billing system, bill you via your stored credit card, rah-de-rah. And then the credit card system, the PayMate, is different. You badge your your Tap and Go Visa debit credit card, and it'll hold an allocation of money. I don't know whether it's $50, $100, whatever it is, to make sure you've got that much cleared. And then it just accumulates, the money.
Yeah.
How much it's going to cost. And then at the end of it, it finalizes the transaction. Or perhaps if it's offline, it might just do this, store it for processing once comms have been restored. So ChargeFox don't actually own any part whatsoever of the assets. The assets are owned by, I presume it's Horizon Power own the assets they've installed, and Synergy own the assets they've installed. Synergy and Horizon could choose to change ChargeFox for someone else sometime in the future. Some other better provider or.
But the ChemPower units themselves, they're getting maintained by Synergy and Horizon, not by ChemPower.
No, I thought they announced with I thought ChargeFox might be doing that as part of their network operator type. I don't really know.
Yeah, okay.
Because, JetCharge were the hardware suppliers. So JetCharge actually sold the hardware. There were two contracts. There was a contract to provide the hardware, which JetCharge won that tender, and there was another tender to provide the billing system. But I don't know whether it was billing system and maintenance. I don't know whether ChargeFox is responsible for maintenance or JetCharge is. I don't know. We could try next time Sandra Giri from Synergy is on. Maybe we could ask her who does the maintenance contract.
Yeah.
And who keeps spares, because obviously they need spares for when something gets vandalized, or when there's a flood and something gets flooded out, or a truck smashes into a cabinet, or whatever. Anything.
If there was a way to get alerts, like push notifications to your phone to say, these are the charges I'm interested in. If there's reported damage or non-charging, whatever, you get a push notification to say, oh, one of your charges you've favorited is out of action at the moment. Just FYI. Okay, cool. Well, I was heading that way tomorrow, but I'll go this way instead, rather than having to always keep checking plug share every time you drive anywhere.
You've taken the words right out of my mouth, Russell.
It's so basic shit as well. It's like I said before, because they're in this position of not having to innovate, just basic stuff like that is just not happening.
But Synergy have stated that they are contracting ChargeFox to provide push notifications.
Okay.
So and they've also, they've stated that they are going to be implementing idle fees.
Yeah.
And of course, you can't do idle fees unless you have push notifications, because you can't blame someone for overstaying if they can't be reasonably made aware of overstaying.
But are they really going to be held to it? Gorgon.
Well, it's contractual. Well, you have to. It's part of the deliverable.
But Gorgon had.
Well, otherwise, no. Otherwise, a contract is violated. So if you violate the terms of the contract, then I guess Synergy and Horizon could gun them for liquidated damages under the contract, or they could frustrate the contract and give it to someone else who can deliver push notifications and idle fees and things.
Yeah, okay.
And I do definitely know that there are other operators that do have push notifications, because I've gotten them. Because when I was in Queensland, I got them from, I can't remember, was it Everty or one of the other places. And I do know that, I know certainly Smart Charge have have idle fees, because I've discussed them with Smart Charge for not the Tokwa charger, but for the one at UWA that Thomas Braunel runs, and the one that's been removed because they're changing it for something else. But the Tritium that's at the University Club has idle fees. If you are fully charged and you don't come back, you get charged. It should be on the website. It should be on PlugShare. It's like $1 a minute or 60 cents, 50 cents a minute or something.
Yeah.
Where is it? Looking here, it says, oops, there you go. So they have 15 cents a kilowatt hour private use, 45 cents per kilowatt hour commercial, and 25 cents per minute overstay penalty. So there's your idle fee. And that's implemented today by Smart Charge. So Smart Charge do it. They even have differential pricing. You can see that if you've got a certain account, you get 15 cents. If you've got another account, you get 45 cents.
It doesn't even sound hard. I mean, I've created
It's
my
not
own
hard.
app, and I've got push notifications to work on my own application on my own, like, just in my
Yes.
spare time. It's not even that
Yes.
difficult.
No, but
Like,
ChargeFox,
honestly, if they could, I could do it for them in one day on ChatGPT. Like, it would take like 10 seconds. Honestly, it would. Like, it's not very hard to set up.
exactly. But ChargeFox, being the biggest provider, go, we will tell you what you want. But the good thing is, obviously Synergy and Horizon have said that, there is a contractual obligation to provide these deliverables. And I have every faith that obviously ChargeFox will do it. I mean, it makes sense anyway, because you got to be careful. If you have a crappy product, the challenges people will move, because it becomes, I'm sure many other network, other government bodies or whatever want to have idle fees, because there was that Hyundai Kona somewhere in the eastern states where it was plugged into a Tritium charger, fast DC charger, and he came back 4 hours later because he goes, oh yeah, my balloon ride took longer than I expected. Hot air balloon. And everyone knows they go for 4 hours. And there's no idle fee. That was one of the NRMA charges. And there's no idle fee. Well, in fact, NRMA at the moment is free. So again, when it's free, people abuse it because it doesn't cost them anything.
When my friend's mum bought a Mercedes EQA, they got included free charging at all ChargeFox locations. I wonder if that's still going to be a thing that they can offer if they roll out this charging network, because otherwise it's going to be like still clogged up with people who get free charging.
No, Synergy are not. No, that's not. That is definitely not happening. So this so-called ChargeFox agreement is on selected charges. It's not all of ChargeFox's charges.
Yeah.
And the thing you got to understand too is the biggest problem is ChargeFox they have two identities. One is ChargeFox. ChargeFox is now wholly owned by the Automotive Clubs of Australia, whatever that acronym is. It's the RAC, RACV, NRMA, RACQ, RAA, whatever. They now own ChargeFox. They also own their own fast DC chargers, like the Margaret River one with the RAC and blah-de-blah, right? And they're all in this consortium. So you could say that one identity or one version of their identity is ChargeFox, the charger owner and billing operator, and then ChargeFox, the billing operator. And the problem is everyone just thinks of all these chargers as ChargeFox chargers because that's the name you see on the app. That's the name you see on your card. And so you just think it's ChargeFox's chargers.
Yeah, because I could go down to my dad's shop and get ChargeFox to come out and put a meter on the charger I have there and run it through their system, and they take a commission of all the whatever it is. But it's all my maintenance and everything, but they just provide the infrastructure to make it work, right?
That's right. So
yeah.
So ChargeFox. So there's two different. So ChargeFox is sort of two-faced in that sense. There's ChargeFox that owns it and runs it, and there's ChargeFox that just runs it. And there's that real blurring line. But the deals that ChargeFox have done with Mercedes, Audi, Porsche, and others, they are only limited to the, let's call it the RAC chargers, if you want to call it that,
right,
throughout Australia. So the WA EV network will not be participating in that scheme. So if you take your EQC, your Mercedes, your Porsche, your whatever, to a WA EV network charger location, I'm all but absolutely certain you will not get charging for free, because in fact that would then cause problems, because we know there's a charger at Kings Park going into Kings Park, a WA EV network charger. All the Audis and whatevers would just hog it like there was no tomorrow, like they do at Wellington Street.
Well, that was the point.
In West Perth.
Because I mean, they drive 20 kilometers from their house to charge for free, and they've got a 15 kilowatt solar system.
Yes.
Like, it's just because it's free, right?
It's free. I've seen quite a few where it says could not charge.
So the one that's going on at Kings Park, for example, is there a possibility that you have to pay for parking and the charging at the same time?
No, I believe the parking's free.
Even if that area is paid parking already?
No.
Because some shopping centres you go to, you got to pay for parking when you go in, and then you pay again to charge.
Yeah, I don't think, no, I think if it goes like all the other things, Synergy leases the land.
Yeah, okay.
Off the whatever entity, whatever Kings Park's probably the Kings Park board, or I don't know who runs Kings Park. So I'd say that no, there'd be no. I'm not aware of any locations where you pay for parking. No, that's not. Yeah, that's not part of the WA EV network. No, you don't pay. So, but there you go. So it's complicated, but there will be push notifications and there will be idle fees. Just not straight away. And that's the only way you're going to get humans to do the right thing, because if it doesn't cost you money, you're just going to... But I can't believe it straight
away. I mean, these charges aren't going to go in for another year. Like, I can't understand how it would take them that long to get that sorted before it starts. Yeah, okay.
What do they say? The software's 90% done. No, 98% done, just got 2% to debug. And that takes, 98% of the time to do the last 2%. So I don't know. Anyway, it's getting late. Oh, it is. Oh, it's almost midnight. This is going to be a bigger than Ben-Hur episode. In fact,
what share price, Russell?
194.72.
Ooh.
That's well, it could be worse. Let's just see what the time is.
At the third stroke, it will be 11:59 precisely.
There you go. So it's
I haven't heard that for years.
It's a cracker. Fortunately it's gone away, so it's on the website that a guy, he's a band member of some band in Australia, and he actually recorded it just a couple of hours before Telstra shut down the service permanently. So you can't ring 1194 anymore.
Got the old dial phone.
Yep, the website is called 1194online.com. And it's just someone that's actually recorded it, literally off the telephone, for posterity reasons. And it's a classic because you just hit
I
start.
like the old Telecom Australia logo as well.
Well, here you go.
Third stroke, it will be 12 o'clock precisely.
That's cool.
At the third stroke, it
All right. So since after
Brilliant.
the third stroke, it's about 12 and 10 seconds, it's probably a good time to end this awesome show. And Pete, how would you customarily end it?
As always, stay safe, stay sustainable, and stay ahead of the curve.
Yeah, brother.
And the best way to do that is buy a Tesla, join Tokwa, and ask us anything about accelerating the world's transition to sustainable energy. Good night, everyone. Take
Good
care of
night.
yourselves. Can't wait
Good
to see
night,
you
all.
on next week's Ask Us Anything. See you, everyone.
See you guys.